Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Braithwaite. Here. Councilmember Nguyen. Here. Councilmember Newsma.
Here.
Councilmember Burns.
Here.
Councilmember Suffredin.
Here.
Councilmember Ravel. Here. Councilmember Reed.
Here.
We have a quorum and are prepared to do our work. The first item on our agenda is the mayor's public announcements and proclamations, of which there are none. The next item is the city manager's public announcements.
Good evening. No announcements tonight.
Thank you. The next item is communications from the city clerk.
No announcements.
Thank you. This brings us to public comment. Every speaker will have 3 minutes this evening. As usual, we begin with those who signed up in person to speak in person, starting with Ray Friedman.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, City Council, Interim City Manager. I wrote a 2-page public comment that I'm not going to read. Basically, I want to say how disappointed I am that the residents aren't involved in conversations that we need to be involved in concerning the TIF, concerning the budget. I understand that Councilman Fleming came up with the idea for the budget and finance proposed back in June. And then we just had our first budget and finance meeting last week, which, I mean, it's great. They're great people, 3 experts that we could take advantage of to work on the budget. The budget looks like a runaway freight train, and it looks like it's an accident waiting to happen. There's millions of dollars in new spending, $55 million over and above the budget from last year. And where's all this money coming from? Do we have new taxes, new fees? It doesn't make sense. The budget committee that was raised in question was raised in June. It's an excellent idea, and we asked to have weekly meetings before the budget is passed, and the chair said no meeting. We don't have time for any more meetings, for any further discussion on the budget. That's not right. To me, you need the residents' input on all of these issues, and you're not allowing it. You didn't allow us to finish the TIF hearing, which I'm still upset about. It's a hearing. It's not a public comment. So the only 2 people that talked about last week that talked about the budget was Jonathan Newsma and Claire Kelly after we had our hearing, our budget hearing. So, that's it. That's it. And we had one meeting for the new committee. No, we need to have a whole lot more discussion before we go ahead and raise the budget by $55 million and hire 100 new people, new residents, without any discussion from residents? No. That's just not right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the people who signed up in person to speak in person. So now we move to those who signed up online to speak in person, beginning with Dr. Christine Somerville.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Biss, City Manager, and City Council for this opportunity to talk about the mental health needs of Evanston residents. I'm Dr. Christine Somerville, Director of Programs at the National Alliance on Mental Illness, Cook County, North Suburban. We serve Evanston residents as well as other neighboring communities. I'm here tonight as co-chair of the Mental Health Task Force. We are 22 organizations assisting families and individuals in crisis with mental health struggles that can last a lifetime. Approximately 74,899 Evanston residents and ages over age 18 are living with a mental health disorder. 2,337 residents over age of 18 have a serious mental illness. 23,276 residents over the age of 18 have reported experiencing poor mental health in the year prior to the pandemic. Over 900 children have been identified as having social emotional difficulties. Of these, 700 are children of color. Many more remain undiagnosed. Anywhere from 2,900 to 7,700 Evanston residents with a mental health disorder are not seeking help. These figures represent the mental health crisis prior to the pandemic, when 1 in 5 adults experience a mental health condition. Now, over 25% of the population does, and it is expected that this curve will not be flattening for a long time to come. Mental health services are in extremely high demand right now. Therapy services for non-PPO people are almost non-existent in Evanston. Providers that take Medicaid are few and far between in Evanston. There are almost 30,000 Evanston households with incomes under $50,000. For these families, the cost of mental health care puts it out of reach. Residents of color are particularly vulnerable and disproportionately struggling due to the pandemic. The pandemic didn't just shine a light on the struggles so many people have, it exacerbated them. And our mental health infrastructure is breaking under the weight of tremendous need. We recommend 3 things: an investment in education and prevention, reinforcing the city crisis infrastructure,
15
and
seconds.
an investment in care capacity and sustainability. The details of that have been distributed to you, and we ask that they go into the public record. We need your help to fortify and expand mental health services. We need funding proportionate to the crisis at hand. We hope you will allocate more than $4 million to this public health crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Patty Capuch.
Thank you, Mayor Biss, Interim City Manager, and members of the City Council. My name is Patty Capuch, and I am the Executive Director of Impact Behavioral Health Partners. Impact provides permanent supportive housing, clinical, and employment services for adults with mental illness. Our service area includes the city of Evanston, the northern suburbs, and parts of Chicago, and our office is located in the 8th Ward. I'm here tonight as a member of the Mental Health Task Force to ask the members of the council to reconsider the $4 million allocation recommendation from city staff for social services from the anticipated $43 million ARPA funding allocation coming to the city of Evanston. And here are some of the reasons why. After significant community participation in roundtables and town hall meetings convened by the city and the Evanston Community Foundation regarding ARPA funding over the past 2 months, mental health issues in the community have been one of the top concerns in each of these meetings. This should come as no surprise to anyone here who has followed the budget survey process of the past several years, where mental health funding has consistently been listed as the top priority of Evanston residents. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected the city's medically and socially vulnerable populations with the loss of employment, loss of housing, food insecurity, and reduced access to essential medical and social services. And in this time where social services are most needed, many of our organizations are facing dwindling resources despite increasing client needs. We believe offering those who may be experiencing a mental health crisis a place to go would not only be a benefit to the client seeking services, but it would free up members of our overextended police force from them having to act as mental health clinicians. Bringing a living room to Evanston would solve many of the issues discussed in the town halls across the city. Also in the past month, there have been several additional town halls, including those being led by members of this council, where Evanston residents have voiced concerns over these community members with mental health needs. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated mental health symptoms for many of our most vulnerable residents, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make meaningful change in supporting the agencies providing services to our community members who are struggling with mental health challenges.
15 seconds.
It would seem only right that a larger percentage of ARPA funding should go to our social service agencies that have been on the front lines working to address the growing mental health epidemic during the COVID-19 pandemic, which is not over yet. We ask that you reconsider a larger request for social services than the $4 million suggested. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Allison Stoll.
Good evening. How's it going? My name is Allison Stoll. I'm a child and family therapist with the Children's Advocacy Center of North and Northwest Cook County. The CAC provides services to children and families that have experienced abuse, neglect, trauma of some sort. Evanston is included in our catchment area. I'm here tonight as a member of the Mental Health Task Force, as an advocate for the families that I serve, as well as to represent the mental health needs of our community, as I'm also a resident of Evanston. I can attest to the need to support and fund mental health resources beyond the $3.7 million previously recommended, as my experience in treating children and family has shown me the trend and complexity of intergenerational trauma. I wish that I could say this is a newer development, but unfortunately it's not. In 1997, a landmark study was done by the Kaiser Permanente Foundation conjoint with the CDC that was entitled the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. This study included participants that were middle to middle upper class and well educated. The relevant findings of this study were that adversity experienced early in life has a tremendous impact on later functioning of an individual, and it's a dose-dependent relationship. ACEs are linked to chronic health problems, mental illness, and substance use problems in adulthood. The cost on communities of ignoring the adversity faced early in life only grows exponentially. ACEs can also negatively impact education, job opportunities, and earning potential. According to the CDC, the economic and social costs to families, communities, and society totals hundreds of billions of dollars each year. In my line of work, I see the cost of ignoring mental health issues from one generation to the next, and I'm also often faced with helping not only children heal, but parents heal and entire family systems heal because the trauma of previous generations that has been left open and festering. Here are some of the figures we're looking at. 61% of adults in the United States report experiencing at least one adverse childhood experience. Nearly 1 in 4 to 6 adults report experiencing 4 or more. This study confirms what I witness on a daily basis. This study was also done over 20 years ago. I am asking you to reconsider your recommended allocation of funds to focus on mental health needs of our community. The takeaway from the ACE study is proactive and preventative measures is the stance that we need to take. It is not hopeless. Creating and sustaining safe, stable, nurturing relationships and environments for all children and families can prevent ACEs and help children reach their full potential. The
15
CDC's
seconds.
2 recommendations on combating ACEs is 1, strengthen the economic support for families, and 2, promote social norms that protect against violence and adversity. If we continue to ignore, minimize, and devalue the impact of mental health needs of everyone, we are choosing to fail our community. I ask you to please consider raising the amount of funds that you are going to allocate for mental health needs. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cindy Castro.
Good evening, everybody. As you can see, there's a trend going on. My name is Cindy Castro. I'm the manager of the Outpatient Behavioral Health Clinic and also a member of the Mental Health Task Force. So here today, we're really to provide information and have you reconsider the current allocation that you're giving for social services with the ARPA funds. Let us first be clear that mental health services fall under the social services category with those funds. That category will cover so many needs, not just mental health. So already the current allocation will have to be spread thin within so many of the community needs. As mentioned before, and I will repeat again, mental health came up in most of the town halls and roundtables, if not all. But let's also not forget that it always comes up during the community needs assessment done by the city's health department and also by both hospitals. In a time when mental health services are most needed, many of us are having difficulty with our resources. Many agencies have a growing wait list. For example, Trilogy, that focuses on Medicaid population, has over 300 people for adult therapy and 300 for people for child and adolescent programs. And this is after they have doubled their number of therapists over the last year. The same is true for Thresholds, and these are both agencies provide very intensive services. This does not even cover those individuals that do not have insurance or are not able to pay out-of-pocket fees. This also does not touch on the Spanish-speaking population and the lack of Spanish-speaking counselors that can provide services at low rates or even for free. We're all experiencing limited staff availability and are having difficulty filling staff vacancies due to not being able to keep up with the escalating market pay for counselors. So what do I tell the resident that is calling us asking that they need to be seen ASAP because they do not know what else to do? What do I tell the Spanish-speaking mom of a teen that's refusing to go to school because of their social anxiety and fear of COVID that has only increased during the full year of remote learning, and that the services that she currently needs are only outside of Evanston? The need to eliminate barriers for our community is tremendous. Our agencies need more unrestricted funds to not need to label someone with a diagnosis or go through our extensive assessments through the insurances. With the much needed triage services that we provide through our contract with the city, once again I ask, what do I tell the residents that are calling me to ask where they can go to get help, even if what we're able to do is only very limited? We are urging you to reconsider the current allocation. We all need more, and we cannot continue to minimize the urgency of these services. And by only allocating such a small percentage, then we are telling our community that these services are not as important and that they just need to wait for the care that they so desperately need. In partnership, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Allie Harnad.
Good evening, honorable everybody. I'm Allie Harnad from the second ward. I almost just moved to the third ward. And I'm also a member of the Mental Health Task Force. I'm a district-wide school social worker in District 65, working in a new role this year alongside one other social work colleague to try to address the many complex and interrelated needs that have arisen for our students and their families as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. I've spoken to this council a number of times about a number of issues, and though we don't always agree on how things should proceed around certain items, what I do know to be true is that we all have reasons why we have chosen to spend our time here. My interest, and indeed my passion for city issues, is a direct result of my 17 plus years of working with children and families and having seen the absolutely direct impact of the decisions that you all make up there on the day-to-day lives of our families. Your decisions actually can make a difference between housed and unhoused, fed or unfed, well or unwell, and indeed, unfortunately, between life and death. In District 65, my mental health and educator colleagues support students who are dealing with a wide variety of issues. We have hundreds of students who are registered as homeless. We have children grieving the loss of loved ones due to COVID and whose lives have been altered drastically due to the economic hardships brought on by the pandemic. We noticed a large uptick in the intensive mental health needs coming out of the pandemic, and we are doing our best to meet the needs, but we are exhausted. Something that has been a challenge for years is a lack of partial hospitalization or hospitalization options for children in Evanston. If a child needs inpatient or outpatient intensive mental health treatment, they have to go at least 45 minutes away every day in the case of outpatient care, which usually requires transportation and work flexibility for the parents. This is literally just impossible for some families to do, so the child remains undertreated and the family remains under deep stress. My esteemed task force colleagues who have spoken before me have all spoken about the even more exacerbated need than before for mental health and social service support in Evanston. Something else I've said for years, and I'm going to continue to say it until we figure out a solution, is that we in the school system do our best to meet the needs of students, and we are well versed in making academic and behavioral plans to support the students. But if a family cannot afford to stay in Evanston or has complex needs that cannot be met by the social service safety net in Evanston, they must move elsewhere to try to get the help that they need. In this new role, a trend that my colleague and I have noticed in just a couple months on the job is that of all the families that are referred to us, the ones with the most complex and challenging needs, which require more intensive wraparound services, there's often a long history of trauma that impacts the parents and the overall family system. If we could do a better job of supporting children and families now, this can have a positive effect for generations of Evanstonians to come. When you are choosing how to spend these precious ARPA dollars, remember that you are not only providing sustenance, sometimes known as fish, and you are not just teaching how to fish, but the fisher person also needs fishing poles readily available, a kitchen in which to fry up the fish, and a healthy state of mind to enjoy their delicious meal. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. This concludes the in-person portion of this evening's public comment. So now we move to those who are giving public comment via Zoom, beginning with Carlos Sutton, who will be followed by Priscilla Giles and then Karen Courtwright. Is Mr. Sutton there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me in. Members of the City Council and the Mayor, I would like to take this opportunity to make a comment to SP2. I'm very concerned with the money that's coming in from the money from the city, the millions of dollars, and the allocation. I saw with trees, I saw with sidewalks, and I saw for buildings. Not one penny has been allocated for minority senior landlords like me, who have taken a big hit in the city with taxes and tenants not paying rent. With all the facilities that you have, first I would like for you to add to your budget at least $1 million to be distributed to minority landlords in this community so they can come back up to par for the losses that they have endured. And secondly, I'm very concerned again that the members of the City Council have voted against the interests of the majority of the citizens in the Fifth Ward. Again, we're always the victim, not the participant in your discussions. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you. The next speaker is Priscilla Giles, followed by Karen Courtwright, and then Mary Rosinski.
Thank you. I would like to say thank you to the people who did vote to not pass the fifth. I'm very disappointed in those who did vote against it because it's not helping anyone but the developers. I'd like to say it's strange also to know that when the city when it was first proposed, thought about before it was even brought to the people, that the city library, the public library, would be used for police, fire, and city council offices. Yet it was not large enough to have space for the genealogy collection. That seems strange to me, and it's not enough. There's not even enough time for students to study to become what they might be able to become, to have a livable wage to stay in Evanston. It's very strange that we say that we are a city that wants everyone to succeed, and we do nothing to help them to do so, especially those people who are in most need. Thank you.
The Cook County Court, Howard. The Cook County Court. Stop people.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karen Courtwright, followed by Mary Rosinski, and then Kimkia Harris.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I wanted to speak tonight about ARPA funding for the AUKS. ARPA provides the City of Evanston with a unique opportunity to do the kind of economic development that's much talked about but rarely implemented in our town, investment in the Black and brown communities, long neglected and usually left out, which then have experienced social problems as a result of disinvestment. One really important aspect of the AUKS that excites me is the opportunity for the city to invest in economic development outside the city center and existing business districts, retail, especially existing retail business districts. These areas are usually first in line for the types of investments small business and big developers get most years. Facade improvement, TIFs, low interest loans and grants for building improvements and to bring new businesses to Evanston. Here we have the opportunity to help create new business in Evanston owned by Evanstonians. I cannot imagine an opportunity more on target than the Ox with what this city says it wants to do: actively redress racial inequities, make Evanston the most livable city in the U.S., as well as being so well aligned with ARPA goals, including building a more inclusive economy. I was pleased that the Economic Development Committee unanimously voted to recommend this to the council. And I hope that you will take the opportunity tonight to ask questions and ensure that you have a complete understanding of this very innovative and unfamiliar business model. This innovation is proven in other locations, but it is not typical of any kind of development that's been done here in Evanston. So even longtime members of the council and people long involved in economic development are very likely unfamiliar with the model. I hope that you will support the $1 million request to fund the Ox. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mary Rosinski, followed by Kimkia Harris, and then Mike Vasilko.
I'm just going to be brief. My question regarding the budget pertains to the $2 million deficit at Robert Crown. I know that Northwestern is paying us $333,000 a year. They gave $333,000 back in 2017. I think another $330,000 last year, and that money is sitting in the Forensic Crown. So, if the Forensic Crown gives us the money that we need for our operating expenses, which is where that money really should have been in the accounting, then our deficit won't be $2 million. It'll be more like $1.4 million, I believe it is. And then the maintenance fund, actually giving us some of the money that's in the checking, we don't have to bond that out. And I think we really need to reevaluate our relationship with the Forensic Crown, because I think they're sitting on a couple $1 million right now that is supposed to be for their for the Crown Center anyway. So let's have a very good relationship. But most of all, the Northwestern money is not a donation, as we all know. It is a fee for use of the funds in the column of revenue, not donation. Okay, thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kimkia Harris, who will be followed by Mike Vasilko and then Tricia Conley.
Good evening. My name is Kimkia Harris, and I'm an attorney with the Illinois Fraternal Order of Police Labor Council. As you may know, we represent the police officers, the sergeants, and other non-sworn police personnel who work for the city. We also represent those same type of officers for more than 500 municipalities across the state of Illinois. An effective police department is one that responds quickly to calls, has well-trained and motivated officers, and interacts with the community through citizen programs. This keeps the crime rate down. It makes residents feel good about living in Evanston. A good, effective police department helps to maintain the quality of life that the citizens of Evanston have come to expect. But this major factor in Evanston's quality of life is facing some serious issues. At the start of the calendar year of 2019, the Evanston Police Department averaged 159 employees. In 2020, it was 150. Today, you have 135 employees. We are short 19 employees. These employee losses do not follow the national trend. They are not due to retirements. Instead, you are losing police department employees, good employees with 8 to 12 years on the job, at an alarming rate because they're taking police department jobs in other communities. Most of the people we are losing to other communities have spent time in specialty units and have had a great deal of specialized training and experience. These employees are highly sought after by other municipalities in this current environment. Officers continue to apply to other municipalities, and we notice because the city continues to receive background check requests from other communities. As a result of these employee losses, there has been daily shortages of personnel, resulted in both overtime and a reduction of services in both the patrol division and in the investigative service division. These losses have consequences. There is an estimated 9% increase of all crime in Evanston this year, including 5 homicides in 2021. There has been a 46% increase in response times to non-emergency calls. This is from the time a call is received by EPD until the time the call is assigned to an available officer. During this time, the dispatch services is actively seeking to assign these calls, but due to the shortage in staff, it takes this time for an officer to become open to respond to a new call. But there is a solution. The city of Evanston must focus on hiring and retention if they wish to have a police department that is capable of providing the services that the community expects. You must keep the good officers you have who have been trained at the city's expenses and attract new officers who will want to choose Evanston over other communities. We know you face a lot of tough choices with the budget. We simply ask that you invest in the city's resources wisely to keep what you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Vasilko, followed by Tricia Connolly, and then Leslie McMillan.
Good evening, and thank you. Just quickly, I want to support the additional funds that Director Obo is asking for. He's really the man behind the scenes that took care of so many different things during the pandemic, and I think he got a little credit for it. He's not a politician, but I think his requests are reasonable. I'd like to suggest that SP2 point D, the AUX, be put on hold for more discussion. That's a lot of money to give a newly formed not-for-profit. Timing, of that formation is a little concerning to me, and my understanding from what I've heard is that it's really a group of only 2 or 3 or possibly 4 people. So I'd like to get more information about that. I also do not support spending $900,000 for managing grants. This is something our staff is supposed to be doing under the current funding. I do agree with spending more in the city clerk's office. Any of the savings for items that can be eliminated could go to the mental health group, as well as I agree with Carlos Sutton. Landlords are taking a hit if they're not getting help from either side. And I want to echo what Ray Friedman said a little while ago. That finance and budget meeting that was suggested to be something that would engage citizens during this budget process was a complete sham. And it's unfortunate the way the chairs steered that meeting right off the road and into a trench, because we won't be able to use it for this year. And the way it's being shared, I doubt we're going to be able to use it for next year's budget either. Lastly, I'd like to know what this council and Evanston's CFO believes, or if they could answer the question about, because I'm hearing from now two aldermen, Burns and Reed, from what they've said and what Alderman Burns has said to me about not needing to raise taxes for all of the spending that they've approved and others have approved over the last couple of meetings. I'd like to know if it's not taxes, then how is that money going to be paid
15 seconds.
And I'd like to hear from the CFO tonight as to if there's some other funding source that the rest of us are not aware of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tricia Connolly, followed by Leslie McMillan, and then Tina Payton.
Good evening, Tricia Connolly, Second Ward. Mayor Biss, I would like to request, and I know many people would like to request this, we need to have a town hall for this 2022 budget. This should be a public oriented discussion, and you should get a very crystal clear picture of where the public stands on some of this spending and where money is going. Secondly, Mayor Biss, I don't know how you interact with people who head up the boards, but I have to say I as well am very disappointed in Melissa Wynn as the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. First of all, she stalled getting the committee going. That is appalling. Second of all, she doesn't want to connect in with this current budget. And there clearly is a very good group of people ready to roll up their sleeves who can start weighing in on at least a few things concerning this budget. We should be taking full advantage of that. And as was said at the meeting, our city and staff should always be working to benchmark and be looking at other cities and towns that are relative to Evanston and using that as somewhat of a guideline on where they're coming from with wanting to spend money. And we see very little of that here, and we need to see more of that. As well, you have the power, I believe, to reverse this stall on this committee, and we are looking to you to do that, Mayor Biss. In addition, a couple of other things, the crossing guards. First of all, public schools are open to everyone, private schools are not. So that would be something that maybe you want to consider thinking about in terms of who's paying for what. Perhaps maybe some of the money in the 4 active TIFs could assist you in helping pay for crossing guards. And also on free beaches, I would like to recommend that we as a city start implementing and getting creative with how to get that money flowing now. I, for one, would be totally open to buying a pass right now for next year. If we could start generating a fund, the sooner the better. I think you'd find a lot of residents willing to do that to make our public beaches free for the public, as they should be. All right,
seconds.
and the last thing is, well, 2 things. What cities have hired managers of their ARPA funds? I could not find cities. I found counties that have a hired hand, but I don't know cities. Again, this is where benchmarking would be great. Give us some examples of who's doing that. And in addition, hiring people. You know what? We need to see like who we really need now. And if we're hiring managers or administrators, let's do that first before we decide to hire people that will sit under those people. They should be involved in that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leslie McMillan, followed by Tina Payden, and then Doreen Price.
Thank you, Mayor Biss, Acting City Manager Gendersky, and council members. This is Leslie McMillan. I live in the 7th Ward. I'm also a member of the Budget and Finance Committee. And I just wanted to reiterate that I was heartened and happy to hear that Chairman Nguyen, as well as the other city members, city council members in attendance, are in agreement that before moving on with this budget, that we really need to see what the next 3 or preferably 4 years look like on projections. It's one thing to say this year we're not going to be needing to raise taxes or the levy. However, it's quite a different thing when you layer in 50 to 100 more people over the next several years, and we need to know what that looks like. There's some projections that need to be included, as Hitesh knows. In the future, we are not going to see the gains we've seen in the stock market. We're going to have more pension liability then. In addition, rates are going to go up. I think that everybody knows that. So for us to just reflexively go back to, we'll just issue some more bonds is going to really start to hurt us. It's going to become a vicious cycle where we're issuing bonds at much higher rates, issuing more debt, and at some point our bond rating will suffer. It's just inevitable. So I really would encourage you. I realize that it sounds as though those of us on the committee are unlikely to receive the projections, but I understand that there was a commitment to the city manager, the CFO and his staff, to getting the projections to you aldermen. And I certainly would not make any decisions on the budget until you've had a chance to look at those, because it's just apocryphal that you think that there won't be any tax increases or additional debt in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tina Payton, followed by Dorian Price. Is Ms. Payton in the Zoom? Ms. Payton, can you hear me? All right, well, we'll skip for a moment to Dorian Price. Ms. Price?
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Biss and the rest of the council. This discussions tonight have been extremely thoughtful and by serious and awesome residents of Evanston who are in capacities of helping our communities is always good. And in terms of charities being overwhelmed, it has a trickle-down effect, obviously, in terms of the people who need help and who are vulnerable. In terms of our commitment to human services and the ARPA funds, I think that we're undercommitting a great deal, including the general box of health and human services. You've heard Cicely Fleming's report with regard to her groups exploring options to help people in crisis. Having a centralized center has been discussed also in other Zoom meetings I've attended, and it makes a lot of sense to stabilize people with the same caretaker or the same person they can identify with. In terms of PTSD, as you know, I have as well, the triggers are very hard. And in terms of people having to ask for help over and over again, it's extremely difficult for most people. Court proceedings or anything else that you give residents for whatever reason when you could be helping them has to be seriously considered to reverse the culture or the climate that seems to be the residents are not exactly at the highest priority. I know they are, and I know a lot of people who believe that, but it needs to be embraced across the board, and we need to be unified in that primary principle of our humanity. And that has to guide even legal decisions, because legal decisions just based on the wording of the law is what has gotten us into this mess of an economy. And we need to be more generous, as your volunteers definitely display, and the people who are committed and the leaders of your committees are extremely dedicated to that. And other leaders hopefully will follow suit, because we really need people who see that public input can make a difference, and public involvement actually helps reverse the feeling of helplessness that the traumatized do feel. And then I did write something, but this is related to what I wrote, so thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker is Tina Payton. Ms. Payton, are you able to hear us now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we sure can.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, City Clerk, and City Council. My name is Tina Payton, and as you heard me many times, for over 50 years, Payton Properties has provided affordable units, 10 to 15 units a year, 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms at 30% AMI. We have worked with Section 8, Connections for the Homeless, Family Promise, Catholic Charities, Center of Concern, and most recently you heard Trilogy. There's very few landlords like me and Carla Sutton that now will be taking vouchers or people with mental health, homeless, evicted, bankruptcy, and large families. Over the time of the last 2 years during the pandemic, we have received no help. We have tenants that are in there that are tearing up our apartments, and they will not pay the rent. We have been hit very hard, just like other businesses, and no help. And it is very important that you help the small landlords like us right now, because we will sell to large landlords and they will turn the buildings into luxury housing. You claim to be concerned about affordable units, but every time that we come and ask for your help, you turn away and act like we don't exist. Now, with the ARPA funds, which we've been asking for help as well, you are giving people, the same people, money that you've given grant money to in the past, and you're acting like the developer is strippers and you're making it rain and throwing out money, and you do not care about us. Please, once again, you need to consider about small landlords that need help. If you care about affordable housing like you say, then you will help us. You spent almost $100,000 on a skate park. You're spending all of this money, $30 million of ARPA funds next year. You spend all these funds, $20,000 on studies, $60,000, $100,000, and you give some landlords or some developers have received over $200,000 for one small 2-bedroom unit. We have units for large families that you have not given any money to this whole time. So once again, I hope that you will find in the ARPA funds money for small landlords. And I support Carlos Sutton with his $1 million request, and I would double that, because you have someone on Howard and Chicago Avenue that you've given $2 million to, and his project was supposed to be finished years ago, and he's only given 4 or 5 units. And we have continuously, year after year, provided these units for families that are distressed. So I hope that you will see the vision of affordable housing and support the current landlords that are providing the services. Once again, Black Lives Matter all the time, not sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for this evening, which brings us to item SP1 on the agenda. The way I'd like to handle this, since SP1 it's 4 different items, but they're each items for discussion, I don't think we need 4 different motions. I would entertain a motion to allow us to enter into a discussion on the budget, but then we'll follow the plan. So we'll begin by discussing essentially items B, C, and D are specific things, crossing guards, and then the question of free beaches, and then the question of proposed expanded staff positions. So first we'll talk about everything else, and then we'll move through those more specific items. So is there a motion?
I will second.
I couldn't tell who the first person was. Was it? So Councilmember Braithwaite moves that we discuss the budget. Councilmember Nusma seconds. And so again, let me begin by asking if there's any discussion or questions that members of the council have regarding any aspects of the proposed FY 2022 budget, with the exception of crossing guards, beaches, and proposed new staff positions. We begin with Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So I want to just dovetail a little bit on some of the questions about the Robert Crown Center, and it looks like we are at allocating, I think about $378,000, and I think we have $350,000 in the Robert Crown Maintenance Fund. That money we should be spending here instead of letting it just sit there. It's for maintenance, and these are for maintenance employees. So I would ask that money, or can staff please tell me why we wouldn't simply allocate that money to the 378 rather than incurring yet more costs to our residents? I mean, right now, and I think it should be pointed out, it is really important that when this project was projected, we were talking about, staff was telling us we were going to maybe have about a $500,000 deficit, and now we're looking at $2 million when you take all the costs and debt service fees, and if we were to add in, also, if we were going to add in these new positions. So how about we use the money in the Robert Crown Maintenance Fund? So that's my first question. I mean, I think our residents have just shouldered such an enormous expense already on this center, so if we can avoid layering more expense for this monster, as Director Hemingway called it, we should avoid it.
I'm happy to start answering that, and if we need more elaboration, Director Hemingway's here as well as Manager Cholek. The short answer is the council can choose to do what it wants with the maintenance fund. It can move the funds over. The maintenance fund was originally created to budget for preventative maintenance on Robert Crown, so for the regular mechanicals. It was not intended to budget for staff. What we've learned in the year and a half it's been open is that the center is going to require additional staffing. I think that was something that wasn't previously anticipated, given the size and the functionality of the center itself. It really is something that needs additional staffing. So the maintenance fund was put aside for maintenance, but there wasn't a similar fund put together for staffing purposes. And so in looking at that now, I think a decision would have to be made in terms of does council want to take away that maintenance fund to use for staffing, but then there would still be the issue of ongoing maintenance. The deficit, I think it's hard to say where we'll be in years forward. Last year was basically a wash because we had little to no activity given the restrictions with COVID. This year, even with the restrictions lifted, once the restrictions were lifted allowing for further capacity, it was too late in the season to plan for additional staffing to run the programmings for that capacity. So we still operated with less capacity for programs. So we didn't receive the full benefit of revenue that we would have ordinarily received in a quote normal, not in COVID year. I think the end of this year, now that we're up and running to full capacity, is that correct, Director Hemingway? We're up to full capacity now. I think the end of 2021, we will see more realistic projections from the revenue side of the programming.
And I also think we should be disclosing, like, for our naming rights fees, like what did we get for that? At any rate, we should be looking at all these different sources before we leverage yet more costs onto our residents. And if we're talking about $378,000 for these additional employees, we might also want to look at that. I mean, maybe we simply can't afford 4 more employees at Robert Crown. But if we are going to do that, we should look at the maintenance fund. We should look at the naming rights. How much money did we get for the Wilson FIAC or whatever it's called, the FIAC Wilson rink? How much do we get? Maybe that should be going towards that. And all that should be assessed before but again, I don't think we should be leaving money just sitting in a fund rather than allocating it towards if this is really a desperately needed expense for these 4 new employees, or 3.5.
Is there, so the next speaker is Councilmember Revelle.
Just drawing from my memory about what the conversation was around the creation of the maintenance fund was that it was very important in talking with potential donors, significant, major donors to the Robert Crown, that the city commit that we would have a maintenance fund so that once the facility was built, it would not fall into disrepair. We wanted to avoid what had happened with the previous Robert Crown building. So it was just a very important selling point to a number of donors that we were going to be setting aside this special fund to do things for these preventative maintenance major expenses rather than the day-to-day operations.
The next speaker is Councilmember Nguyen, followed by Nusma.
Well, I want to second what Councilmember Revelle is saying. I mean, one of the critical things that we have realized over time in the city is that every single building needs constant maintenance from the moment it's built. And that too often in the city we have postponed that maintenance only to find ourselves spending much more money down the line to repair something that would have been a minor cost at the beginning. And so having a maintenance fund is as essential as putting the roof on the building. I mean, it's going hand in hand. So to start by eliminating the maintenance fund in the very first year, to me, is not a good idea. And I'd also like to point out that there are many places in the city of Evanston that are named. This building is named for the wonderful Lorraine Morton. This chamber is named for a former mayor. And they gave their city service to the community. That's what the reason why a room is named for former council member Wilson.
But Erica Storley wrote to me and said we got $150,000 for the FIAC Wilson rink. And if so, I'm just saying, like, what about these funds and where are they and why can't we help offset the cost to our taxpayers?
I think that's a misconstruing. My understanding is just like we have named Gibbs Morrison for Evanstonians and a number of other buildings or rooms in our city buildings, none of those people gave money.
No, this was advertised as being an asset that we could make money on at the Robert Crown from the very get-go.
So let me just quickly jump in here because I've been trying to, like Councilmember Kelly, I'm a newcomer and so wasn't around before, and I'm trying to educate myself about this. It certainly is the case that naming rights to a number of different aspects of Crown have been sold. In fact, the council voted to approve a number of those naming rights agreements. However, though the formal parties in that arrangement were the city, of course, the owner of the asset, and the donor, in practice, it was utilized as a fundraising tool to help Friends of Robert Crown in their fundraising. And so those donations were, and you can see this in the resolutions passed by council when council did vote on these naming agreements, those contributions were sent to Friends of Robert Crown and then were simply subsumed into the transfers that Friends of Robert Crown made to the city. So there's been some discussion even earlier tonight about the fact that Friends of Robert Crown will be continuing to make contributions to the city, which I think is simply factually correct. But I don't think there's a separate pot of money that is the proceeds of naming rights agreements other than the fundraising that Friends of Robert Crown is doing on a regular basis and transmitting over to the city.
That's the end of my current remarks.
Next is Councilmember Nusma.
I'll speak to Robert Crown for a minute, but then I hope we can move on because we have a lot of ground to cover tonight. We have $350 million worth of ground to cover. So my understanding of the Robert Crown Maintenance Fund is that, as Councilmember Nguyen indicated, it was a requirement of, I believe, the Crown family that we set aside money for long-term maintenance needs on the facility. Replacing a new roof, replacing the boiler, big ticket items that happen every once in a while, not the least of which is replacement of the turf, which is a predictable regular expense in an 8 to 10 year time frame. I think we all would agree that if you maintain a facility on a regular basis, you can minimize long-term costs, and the better care you take of a facility on a regular basis, the lower your long-term capital expenses will be. So I do think we could make a legitimate argument to use the maintenance fund for routine preventative maintenance on mechanical systems and stuff. If we do that, fine. That's more money we're going to have to come up with somewhere down the line for some big ticket item. So I think that's the trade-off. Do we dig into the reserve fund now and have to come up with more later, or do we keep it in the reserve fund so that in 8 years when we have to replace a boiler or whatever, it's a much less painful proposition? I will come down on having it be a much less painful proposition in 8 to 10 years and having to come up with revenue to maintain the facility at adequate levels somewhere else other than that designated maintenance fund. So that's all I have to say on Robert Crown. Happy to take the discussion in other directions unless someone else wants to weigh in on Crown.
Well, first of all, I couldn't tell if Councilmember Reed was trying to jump in.
Yeah, not on Crown. So happy to move on from the Crown discussion.
Okay. Well, I think, so Councilmember Suffredin is next.
Thank you. I guess this is a question of Councilmember Kelly. Do you have an ask or like a specific item that you want? I don't know if she's out of time and I can yield mine or whatever, but I want to understand what the ask is.
My ask is that we use the current $350,000 in the maintenance fund towards this expense. I believe we have a line item where we're also putting in another $175,000 into the fund. So that will replenish the fund by that much. So I'm saying the existing $350,000 that's in there, that go towards that expense. If we really have an appetite and we really feel we want to spend money on 4 new employees, I think that's also something that we should discuss. But that's what I say. If we all agree that we need 3.5 or whatever the number, I think it's 3.5 employees, then I think that the fund should come from there. And I think we should know how much. And in the MOU, Daniel, it's very clear that the city and the Friends of Robert Crown agree on this jointly on the naming, which is still very unclear how some of this happened, and that the city tracks the funds. And it says that explicitly in the MOU for 5 years. So I say, where are the funds? Let's look at that. How much is, and we shouldn't forget, the taxpayer spent over $800,000 to pay for a fundraiser. So we invested in fundraising. We should know how much is sitting in fundraising accounts too, to offset the burden on our taxpayers for this rec center. Thank you. So my ask is that this money, instead that it not be allocated as is presently in the proposed budget, but rather taken from the maintenance fund.
Okay, and sorry, so I understand. And this is for the $178,000 in employees, or
it's a total of 378, I think, 378,000. So it'd be 350.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So I know Councilmember Kelly, you had your light on. Was that what you wanted to turn your light on to say? Okay. So I see no one else requesting to speak. I don't know if that's because no one wants to talk about anything in SP1A or if no one wants to talk anymore about Crown. So if folks want to jump in with other items before we move to Part B, let's begin with Councilmember Nusma, who has 3 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some general comments on SP1A. One fundamental point I'd like to make, if we refer to the top of page 4 in that packet, where it says the options for funding these positions in 2022 are ARPA revenue loss, increased use of fund balance, or an increase in property tax levy. And we've seen that phrase used elsewhere in our budget documents. One idea that is missing from that list of possibilities is savings elsewhere in the budget. So I just like to put that on the table, is that in addition to finding new sources of revenue, we could move revenue from one department into another department. We could make cuts somewhere to fund growth somewhere else. Also, I am concerned that the $500,000 we're talking about for comprehensive and strategic plan consulting, which is meant to include climate action and environmental justice. I'm concerned that those two very important concepts might get lost in that process, despite our best intentions. So I would like to suggest that we create a climate action fund. Maybe we call it the CARP Implementation Fund. Maybe we call it the Climate Action and Resilience Fund, or the Climate Action and Environmental Justice Fund. But we have a discrete fund, the sources of revenue for which can be determined, but may include stuff like a ComEd franchise fee, our waste disposal franchise fee, perhaps the tax revenue we receive on natural gas and electricity sales, so that we do have money set aside and designated for climate action and environmental justice on an ongoing and predictable basis. This will allow us to plan into the future, well past our CARP deadline, or our ARPA deadline, and we would use that money to fund sustainability, environmental justice, whatever personnel we want to put into that fund, and as well as programs and other investments. So I'll throw that out there. If my colleagues if there's consensus with that would be great. And I had one more comment I wanted to make at this point, but I will hold off on that for right now.
The next speaker is Councilmember Ravel, with 4 minutes left.
Well, I'd just like to jump in and second Councilmember Nusma's suggestion about a climate action and resilience fund. I think would be very helpful to be able to know that we were regularly seeing money going into that fund and that it was available then to help with the really significant costs that are ahead of us as we work to implement the CARP. So.
Thank you. I don't see any more lights. Does anyone else want to speak? Councilmember Burns.
So I have a question regarding a new position, but not a proposed new position. Is this the time to speak to that? Okay. I guess I have a question for Edgar, if he is. There you go.
Good evening, Edgar Cano, Acting Public Works Agency Director.
Hey, Edgar, this is about, trying to pull up the memo. I think it was the memo was called like special pickups, but the referral that I had. Give me one sec. So, quick question. So the one, it mentioned that there's one spare truck is used when one of the regular trucks is down for maintenance. Are you able to keep up with the volume? Is that one truck? Are we seeing that multiple trucks are down at one time, and even that one spare truck is not enough to keep up with the volume?
Yeah, that's definitely correct. Last I checked, we actually have 3 Packers down. Unfortunately, it's even 3 of our newer Packers. But even with that spare there, we're always still short. We have to combine routes, adding more workload to not only the trucks that are out, but also the employees that are out there making their days harder and more extenuating.
Yeah, I mean, because I know in the memo, it talks about adding 2 new positions and 2 new vehicles, or one a 20-yard Packer truck and 1 pickup truck, in order to address my concerns. And it really talked about trying to address special and bulk pickups that aren't reported. And I see the issue as a little different in that I think the community would be willing to report, make these complaints, but they need to know that if they make the requests that they're going to get service. And so my question is, I wonder, instead of hiring these 2 new positions, can we just look at an equipment operator and a new Packer truck, as opposed to having a crew leader going around in a pickup truck, but just do some public service announcement saying, hey, look, we've added additional staff or whatever. Maybe we don't do that, but just indicate to the community that they can use 311 to, report issues to report special pickup needs and fly dumping needs. And again, instead of having those 2 new positions in the pickup truck, just a new equipment operator and the 20-yard Packer truck.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the equipment is only half the issue. The other issue is just the amount of staff that we have. Right now, especially with either being out ill, vacation days, other benefit time off, we barely have enough staff to collect the routes that we have, also complete our street sweeping operations. So whenever we're short-staffed, anybody that would be dedicated, say, to special pickup would have to go and collect the route, because we have to service those houses per the schedule. That's why we're able to push back the special. And
so just to be clear, I'm saying instead of a new crew leader and equipment operator, what if we just went with a new equipment operator and a 20-yard Packer truck? Because in the memo it said that the crew leader would only go around in a pickup truck and identify unreported, special pickup, issues and fly dumping issues. What if we just had a new equipment person?
So the crew leader would be doing more than that. Yes, in the memo it was stated they will go out looking for that, but that would be part of their duties. They would also be either driving the truck. Again, if we're short somewhere else, that crew leader would be the one doing the pickup themselves, and again, filling in for any other route driver that's out for the day.
Okay, so basically the crew leader and the equipment operator could both go out and do pickups. Will we have enough will we have enough trucks for both?
Hopefully, if they're up, yes. If not, luckily we have other departments that have been lending some trucks right now. They're not the best to use for this type of operation, but when push comes to shove, we can definitely, get creative.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, I don't see anyone else asking to speak on.
Yes.
Councilmember Reed.
Yes. Okay. I have a few questions. First, turning to the memo that I requested regarding vacant properties. Is Johanna Naiden available?
She's walking up to the podium right now.
Okay, great. So I see here, so I'm certainly interested in increasing the vacant property registration fee. Right here, I see that the annual registration with a one-time inspection fee is the annual registration is $400 roughly. And I'd like to see that increase. I see that the tiered fee schedule that is recommended here is $400, potentially $400 annually for the first 3 years, $750 for 4 to 10 years, and then $1,000 11 years plus. I'm interested in a tiered schedule that is similar to that, although I think we should really step it up a lot faster to encourage folks to move with their property. So I'd love to see the staff come back with a proposal that looks at the annual fee being $400 for the first 2 years, and then for years 3 through 5, that's being stepped up to $1,000 annually, and then anything over 5 years, seeing that stepped up to about $1,500 per year if someone keeps land vacant for over 5 years.
Good evening, Johanna Naiden, Community Development Director. My understanding is we would be bringing ordinances with these changes, so we can, if the council would like, we can bring that back with that ordinance change. I don't know if we're at that point yet, but we are definitely in support of a tiered structure for vacant buildings to disincentivize long-term vacancies. And when we've brought this up previously, there had been pushback by previous councils to not add too much fee to that. So I think we were starting at a certain point that was reflective of previous discussions on this matter.
Thank you. Councilmember, did you want to go on?
Yeah, thank you, Johanna. I wanted to note that. I also want to request a memo. I don't think I've seen it laid out specifically anywhere. This is for likely Ms. Biggs, Laura Biggs, Chief Engineer Biggs. I would like to see numbers on the, and also I guess for Mike, separately. But I'd like to know what specifically our annual spend on street resurfacing is. And then particularly I'd like to know what our annual cost on maintaining our parking infrastructure is. And if to just ensure that we're providing enough revenue for those two items.
Hi, this is Laura Biggs, City Engineer. I don't have all of the numbers off the top of my head, and I can write a more detailed budget memo, but we spend approximately $1.2 million on resurfacing. That's funded by motor fuel tax in a year. We spend another $2 to $3 million on other road projects that are bond supported, whether it's patching or matching funds for large projects. And then parking fund, we spend around $1.5 to $2 million a year, but much of that goes towards the parking garages.
Thank you. And then lastly, I would like to I requested I made a referral on a head tax for our larger businesses in town, particularly relating to a head tax for our larger businesses who are hiring folks who are not Evanstonians. And that was referred to the Finance and Budget Committee, but the Finance and Budget Committee will not be meeting until after the budget is already passed. And so I'm requesting a memo on that, and if there's either just a proper venue for that to be included in this year's budget.
Sure. Budget Manager Kate Lewis-Lakin, that is in our memo list. I am hoping it can be provided this week. We are doing some research on that option, and we'll at least propose sort of what we learned from our research on that option. Thank you.
Thank you. And then give me 1 second. Certainly, if there's anyone else who wants to jump in, I'll cede time. But also for the registration rental fees, I'd really love to get a sense of, this may be something we have to implement over time, but I'd love to get a sense if we have any idea of the number of units that are at various AMI requirements. I'd love to see if we have any handle on how many units are out there that would require 200% AMI, 250, 300, whatever, and get a determination on what staff thinks luxury is. I do see in the budget memos there's a per square foot arrangement that staff has thought of. I'm just thinking of it, as a percentage of AMI. For the number of bedrooms. So if it's a one bedroom, you'd assume it's a one person. So what is AMI for one person? And what point does that become, a luxury unit for one person? If it's a 3-bedroom, then, for a 2-parent, household, what is AMI for those folks? And then what becomes luxury? So I'd love to get an idea on, revenue that is available there. And then the progressive fee and fine structure, that was something that was made in the referrals committee and has not been assigned to an actual committee, an actual standing committee of the council. And so I'm just curious again there if staff has plans on a memo there to look at, particularly if we were to talk about, parking related fines and fees, if we can do that on a progressive level, which means if you make more, you pay more.
Okay, I think the feedback is that folks will get back to you, I believe, in writing as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else seeking to speak on item SP1A? Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, I just want to add that I don't have examples in front of me, but I would agree with Councilmember Nusma, and I brought this up in years past. I think that there are ways in which we can look at some spending items. So the building, as far as I understand it, is still not fully open. So we have lots of staff that are still working at home. I don't know what the opening plan was, but that was part of the reason I questioned the need for so many cars. And I know in the budget each year, when I look at things like food expenses by department, I don't know what we've done to, I'm all for staff lunches and such, but maybe looking at capping those. I know, if I'm correct, we still are offering car allowances, which we stopped at some point, but then started in the middle of the pandemic when people were at home. So there's car allowances that people are receiving that I would say, given our financial insecurity outside of ARPA funds, maybe it's not needed, particularly if folks are still not being required to come into the building. And so those things are not, necessarily big ticket things, but I would love for us to look at the budget in a way of which we budget our own family dollars and really thinking of how we can cut back on some expenses. So we're not always looking at, we know our cost of staffing is going to go up based on our union contracts, and so that's not always a given pass through to our residents, and tax increases when we know that our residents are also always complaining about the fees in which they pay. And to Claire's point, I don't support using the equipment, or not equipment, but the maintenance fee in that way, because I've sat here while we've had buildings crumbling. However, the fact that we need 2 or 3 more staff, because the building is taking more effort to run, I think just shows, that we had a huge miss somewhere, right? We knew how big the building was going to be. We knew all the facilities. We knew everything that was going to be in the building. So now that we're, kind of surprised in that the number of staff it takes to run the building is a little bit of a miss on our point. So, we have to pay for it. It's a new building. We need to keep it running. But these are the kind of things that I'm really looking for, the city manager's office as well as the CFO to be thinking about when they're looking at these budgets that are presented to us by staff. We just do some underestimating maybe in some points, and so we need to do a better job about that, while also thinking through, all of these things we're paying for essentially are going to be paid for, a majority of them, by our taxpayers. And we continue to hear about our taxpayers being frustrated by increased property taxes, but also increased fines and fees. And so, we can't do it all. And so I think we need to just be super mindful and fiscally conservative about things we are doing.
I think Ms. Ganderski wanted to answer one of those issues.
Yeah, I want to address a few points. While I can't say most of our staff is not physically working from an office location, most of the Civic Center staff has not. I am working on bringing them back. So our vaccination policy takes effect November 15th, and presuming we will have compliance from staff, or per the policy, we'll be looking at bringing back staff into the Civic Center on a plan. We had to first ensure that the building was safe to do so. We've determined that it is safe to do so. We had some environmental studies done, concerned about some leaking and some possible mold issues, and we know now that that's not a cause for concern other than the leaking, which we will be addressing. The cars out in the lot are being used by city staff. They're being used for inspections and other city business. So maybe there was a period of time where that wasn't happening, where we were really locked down, but the cars in the lot are in use. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody is aware of that. In terms of staff lunches, at least in the Civic Center, that's not really happening because staff are either bringing their own lunch, going out to lunch, or meeting remotely. So we don't really have a lot of lunch meetings. We do provide food for some committee and council meetings, and some for certain community events, such as the Spanish Town Hall we did last Thursday. But other than that, those types of expenses are very limited.
Thank you. So Councilmember Kelly has already spoken twice, but I'll let you just jump back in quickly, and then we'll move on to SP1B.
Okay, thank you. Just regarding staffing, this isn't on this page. In fact, it hasn't been in our budget for a long time. We used to have, and I'm probably going to get the term wrong, but we used to have like a lag pay line. So every year when you budget for so many employees, you're always going to have a certain number that are out when someone either quits or retires before you hire. So there's always, it was usually over $1 million, and that got eliminated. I think we should consider, because that is money that we will save every year. We can count on, when we budget so many positions, there will be a certain amount of time every year that we will not have those positions filled. I can't remember if it's, Kate, you correct me if it's not lag pay. I thought it was something like that.
Sure. So what you're referring to is sort of budgeting some sort of savings to represent when we have vacant positions, since typically when someone leaves the city, it takes us a couple of months to fill that position. That position does fill vacant. That has not been the practice of the city. We've done it once or twice in my 5 years with the city, where we've budgeted at maybe 99% of all salaries. It's been determined it's kind of cleaner and more conservative to budget at 100% of all of our salaries. When we have vacancies, there is sometimes, there are payouts that when someone leaves are an additional expense that we don't always anticipate, that then the vacancy helps to support as well as any fill-ins that may need be required in the time when we have that vacancy to support the service. It could be the direction of council to budget for those savings, but it's not staff's recommendation. We recommend, go with the 100% budgeting on all the positions, and know that that's a place where savings will come up throughout the year that we can work with.
Thank you. I think I would like to ask that we consider adding that back in to be fiscally conservative on behalf of the taxpayers. I think it's to the residents' benefit that we actually have that add in there. Of course, I understand for staff, it's, nice to have comforting to have that extra buffer, but I think so that we really understand, there always will be that, say, at least a minimum, right, amount. And so I would ask that we consider putting that line item back in for the residents.
What I would recommend, and I know that your favorite sentences, Ms. Lewis, can begin with, I'd like to request a budget memo. But what I think might be the best way forward on this is just to share what those numbers have actually been, how the person or the salary budgets and actual salary payouts have compared in recent years. And I don't know, perhaps 21 is not quite close enough to over to project properly. Perhaps 20 is too pandemic affected. Maybe we have to go back to 17, 18, 19. I don't know the right window, but some indication about how much that lapse tends to be and how consistent the gap is might be helpful in allowing us to give direction on that.
I'd say at least have the minimum. There is always a minimum amount, and I'd say that's an important number also.
Thank you. So let's move forward now to item SP1B, which is the issue of crossing guards. There's a memo in the packet describing the situation. There are certain public and private schools for which the city's provision of crossing guards is reimbursed, and there are certain public and private schools for which the city's provision of crossing guards is not reimbursed, and staff is requesting direction from council on how to proceed on this issue, both in the coming fiscal year and to set a precedent moving forward. Does anyone have any questions, or would anyone like to speak to this matter? We'll begin with council members Braithwaite, followed by Nusma.
Can we get from staff, whoever's the most familiar, just a little bit of history on this? We discuss it every year. It's only once a year. Kind of, how did we get into this position? Because I'm sure there are some new members that, why is the City of Evanston budget paying for?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the City Council. Mike Rivera, Parking Division Manager. This has been a past precedent that the City of Evanston has been providing for over 20 years for providing crossing guard services for currently 5 schools, independent schools or school districts. We provide crossings for ETHS District 202, School District 65, Caravel Montessori School, St. Athanasius School, and Pope John Paul schools. Now, prior to years ago, it was state mandate that we needed to provide the crossings through the municipality. So through the intergovernmental, through the Illinois governmental tour, that is currently not the case. So either schools can provide their own crossings, they can enter into agreements with municipalities to have a revenue share based split, or they can also engage in volunteer crossings with their local school districts, school councils, and parent PTA clubs.
Mike, while you're there, so there is a state requirement that crossing guards have to be there.
Crossing guard, no, it's the elective. It's not. It was a state requirement that we had to provide them on the municipal level, but that's not the case any longer.
Okay, so I'm not advocating that crossing guards don't need to be there. I just want to understand what what legal structure we're operating under. I think I'm going to, of course, tie everything into to climate action and CARP. I think having kids walk to school safely, is good not only for their health but for the environment. So however we pay for them, crossing guards are important. I do firmly believe that private schools should pay for their own crossing guards. I don't think that is an expense that should be borne by taxpayers. For public schools, one way or the other, it's coming out of my pocket and Evanston residents' pocket as taxpayers. So whether that money goes through the city or through the school district, I guess I'm kind of ambivalent about. I would love as a city council member to have more money available on city stuff, but as a taxpayer, it doesn't really matter. So to me, in that case, who can get a better deal for the taxpayers that both the district and the city report to? Is it, if it makes sense to do it through the city, great. If not, then let's look at other alternatives.
So, Councilmember Newsma, that's where I would beg to differ, because we have a contract with Andy Frame Services to provide the crossings for the schools. When Andy Frame service members, this year, for instance, has been a very tough year, as most of the crossing guard members are retirees. So ever since COVID we've been going through the COVID pandemic, they've been seeing less and less people actually wanting to be around the children and wanting to provide those services. So it's been very tough for the vendor to provide the crossing guards. And then the second problem for the city is that when the vendor doesn't provide a crossing guard, we subsidize that crossing with a parking enforcement officer. So the problem that I have with that particularly is that parking enforcement officers issue 4 to 6 tickets per hour, and then we have to pay their hourly salary, which is in excess of $30 per hour, plus the vehicle that they're using to man that site as they travel to and from. So manning, when somebody is absent from a corner, costs the city approximately anywhere from $130 to $180 per hour to man a corner that should be manned by a school district or a private school.
If Andy Frame can't live up to their contractual obligations, though, don't we have a clawback?
The contract that we're currently working off of is the 2018 contract that we had released a request for proposal at that time, and that is a contract that it was due to expire December 31st of 2021, and due to the fact that we haven't received direction on which way to go, and we still have to finish the school year, we brought that to council to extend that through June of 2022. So this is why we're here today, seeking direction as to how we move forward.
And I'll just add to that, because we've only budgeted to fund to June of 2022, so not the full year of 2022. So if council's direction is to have us provide for the crossing guards, we need to adjust that in the budget.
Correct. And with that being said, it was challenging in 2020 to budget for that, because typically we provide 2 crossings per day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. When the schools decided to go, when District 65 in particular decided to go to a hybrid model, they decided to have 4 crossings per day. They didn't ask the city of Evanston. They didn't ask us our input. They just released the schedule and said, have crossing guards there. So 2 crossing guards, 2 crossings per day per post cost the city approximately $10,200 a year. So when they released that school schedule, our cost doubled. They went up to $20,000 a post.
Per post?
Yes, sir, per post.
How many posts?
District 65 has 49 by itself.
Help me with that math.
District 65, I'm sorry.
Is that $100,000 a year ballpark?
No, they're approximately 501.
Okay. I'm good. I'm sure other council members want to weigh in here.
Yes, happy to weigh in.
Sorry, next is Councilmember Reed, who will be followed by Suffredin, and then Fleming, and then Kelly.
Yes. A point raised by Councilman Newsma on this is that it's the same whether it's Evanston taxpayers, Evanston taxpayers either way. I will note that District 65 and 202 are not the fancy legal term is coterminous with the boundaries of the city of Evanston. In fact, there are taxpayers outside of our city limits who are supported by the schools, and so it may actually make sense to spread the level a little further, just a smidgen further, and have this cost borne by the totality of the District 202, the District 65 service area, as opposed just to having it borne by the residents of Evanston.
Excellent point, Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Fleming, followed by Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mike, I could probably guess your answer based on your previous reply. Is there a single efficiency that's achieved by having the city of Evanston be the ones who contract with Andy Frame rather than having, in the case of the private schools themselves, or the district be the one who contracts with Andy Frame to provide this service?
As far as the city providing it, no, there's not a single efficiency. We don't even escape the liability, because we're contracting with Andy Frame Services to provide the crossings.
Okay. Is there anything in the law that would prohibit the use of volunteer crossing guards if the district were to take this over?
No, there's not anything that prohibits that. And just so that you know, in recent years, Between 2014 and 2019, there has been other municipalities that have either stopped providing the services for the school districts or have entered into revenue shares with their school districts, and that's Glencoe, Buffalo Grove, Wheeling, Urbana, and Eureka.
Okay, so, and, you know, I have 3 children who use crossing guards every day, but it seems like this is like a tradition that's been carried on and doesn't make any financial or administrative sense.
Sure.
From a practical standpoint, and maybe this is a question for the district. What's a appropriate phase in? I mean, we can provide money for this till the end of the school year, and if we say we're not going to fund this in the fall, and they say they're not going to fund it in the fall.
I mean, that's exactly what Eureka did in 2014. They told their school district, we're not funding crossings.
Okay.
After X date. And then at that point, they released a statement to the school, and at that point, the school reconsidered their position and their budgets. They came back to Eureka and then entered into a intergovernmental agreement to provide a revenue share model between the school and the municipality to provide those crossings. So in an ideal setting, I would like to see the entire thing mitigated to the school districts with a 3-year plan of a third, and then, you know, after that, they're on their own.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I think the appropriate thing for us to do is fund this to the end of the school year and then enter into those discussions, because if there's not a single reason why this is advantageous, and I would assume that the schools, you know, Evanston's a community with a lot of active parents who are willing to volunteer. I mean, they could pick up the vacancy problems that we're picking up with paid city employees with parent volunteers, and you know, it seems like it'd be way more efficient for the principals at the school to deal directly with the district when there's absenteeism or whatever, rather than coming through you or coming through one of us. So for what it's worth, I think that what we should do is stop paying for this.
Sure, and just so that you're aware that, you know, we've been trying to manage the efficiencies better. So prior to 2018, this was an in-house service that the city of Evanston had more staffers in the parking staff division that were dedicated to hiring and managing the crossing guards, and the crossing guards were all vetted through the city of Evanston. They were all on city of Evanston payroll, and they were deployed by our office, and that was extremely inefficient, and we've been trying to mitigate those services and how we provide them.
Next is Councilmember Fleming, followed by Kelly.
Yeah, so I don't know if you've had this conversation, maybe you have, Mike, but it's in our budget till June. I would like, you know, you or Kelly or whoever is in charge of this situation to go back to the school district and ask them if next year they could at least do half the cost. I mean, it seems like a fair ask. There are streets where, you know, we've done it for years. We're willing to keep doing it, you know, half the cost for another year, maybe even 2 years, and so that they can kind of add this into their budget cycle to pick up the total cost. I agree with Councilmember Newsma that the private schools should just be paying. I mean, they pay tuition, you know, whatever. They can pay for their own crossing guards altogether. Looks like we only have 2 now that are using the crossing guards, but for 65, I mean, you know, I think it is not with all, I mean, it's not at all out of the realm of possibility for them to find $250,000 in their budget starting next school year to pay for half these crossing guards for a year, and then continue our conversations about how they take it over full time. Jonathan, to your point, we do all share the burden as taxpayers, but as you know, on the tax bill, they receive like 40% or something, and we receive like 16%. So we don't really share the tax bill. And again, we're providing safe streets, we're providing all the things on the street, we're plowing the streets and everything else so kids can use them. But, you know, they are paid to provide the service to the schools. And so I think that they should split the bill in half starting next year, and then, you know, try to phase us out of there after that.
So just to be clear, you're saying the school district 65, you would want them to split the bill in half? Because I had mentioned a 3-year program at a third per year.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think a half is good next year. I mean, it's not that much money, but either, whatever you can figure out for them to do, I imagine they're not going to do anything, but wherever you can find a compromise to phase us out of this business. Having one of the schools where we frequently don't have a crossing guard, and as Tom said, people are calling me, I'm calling you. By the time you even get somebody over there, the crossing time is over. Much easier for them to have their own staff they're dealing with to get out there on the street.
Thank you.
The next council member will be Councilmember Kelly, but first, the city manager wanted to add some information.
I think it's important for council to know that the school district's budget starts, their fiscal year starts July 1st. So I think just something to consider for what it's worth. If we made this decision now to phase, they could have half of a year, more than half of a year to plan for next year, the following year.
Councilmember Kelly.
I had a question just for clarification. So prior to 2018, was it all in-house, City of Evanston in-house?
Yes, it was.
And is there an assessment as to how this is compared, cost and efficiency? And
Financially, it's probably very comparable. Efficiencies, we're just as inefficient now as we were then. We have lost staffers in the parking services division due to budget cuts during the 2020 COVID year. Those individuals haven't been replaced as of yet. So it's still very inefficient managing the crossings.
Thank you. So then, given that, I would wonder if we shouldn't, however it's worked out, consider going back to in-house, because I assume then the costs that we're paying go to overhead and everything else, where I'm going to assume if we're in-house, probably the crossing guards may have been making more an hour when it was in-house than outsourcing.
They were making approximately the same, which is $20 per hour.
It is the same.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the same. And going in-house, then we're fully liable for everything. We're even liable for.
Well, I don't mean necessarily us, but I just thought to get a good assessment as to how that's the comparative.
Versus doing it in-house, we're liable for the staff that we employ and we put on the corners. If somebody doesn't get properly vetted and they're put on a corner crossing kids at schools, it could be a potential problem for the city.
So it has been better then overall. That's what I was just trying to understand.
In that perspective, yes.
Is there any last comment on the crossing guard issue?
I do have one.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes. Director Rivera, are you finding now that, or is Andy Frayne finding now that the situation is better than it was, or because, or has anything changed during the course of this year with respect to now that we have vaccinations? Are they able to staff better?
They're still having the same staffing issues, and even I've had conversations with Matt Driscoll at ETHS High School and with regards to busing and things of that nature, and even the school bus services in town are having the same issue as well.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other lights. I feel like, happily, I feel like there was some pretty broad agreement in the comments that I heard, which is to say that I think for a number of reasons, people feel that it's appropriate to pay through the end of this school year. I think people feel very strongly that the city should not be in the business of subsidizing crossing guards for private schools. And I think I heard people feeling relatively strongly that they would like to see the city seek to phase out of subsidizing the crossing guards for District 65 as well, beginning with the discussion with the district about their next budget, which they'll be working on in the spring, given that their fiscal year begins on July 1st. If I summarize the sense of the council incorrectly, please speak up now, because if not, I think staff can move forward and make plans under the direction that I just articulated. Did I get anything wrong that folks want to take issue with? Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Rivera, and thanks to the council for your clarity on this. That brings us to item SP1C, the questions about free beaches. Obviously, we instituted a new policy regarding 3 days a week of free beach access for Evanston residents. And the question is what to do this coming summer, both on the question of free or not free for Evanston residents, then also potentially for the question about what about non-Evanstonians, and also I think there's the particular question about Skokie residents that folks, some folks have opinions about. So does anyone have questions or input or feedback on the issue of free beaches for the summer of 2022? We'll begin with Council Member Fleming.
So my suggestions, Director Hemingway, my math could be wrong here, but looking at the revenues that you have from last year, just at the resident, not the Skokie and all the other people, was about somewhere between $500,000 and $550,000. I realize we have the Skokie agreement. I think we can keep the Skokie agreement in. We can still allow Skokie residents, would be my suggestion, to pay what was once the Evanston rate, because it still would be discounted above people who are not getting that rate. And then, all the other folks still paying the non-resident rate that we've already had, while allowing the Evanston residents to be free. Ideally, Skokie would agree to that because their residents are still getting a discount, and we could still have our reciprocal agreement there. I think it's worth us asking them about that, or their residents can just pay full price if that's what they'd like to do. But just based on the numbers that you gave, I guess I'm not sure how we got to $650 or $750,000 shortfall if I'm just looking at simply 2021, the resident preseason, the resident season, and then the resident half season. And in my mind are the only things that we're taking into account. Understanding the daily passes, I don't know, and that's right, I'm not sure. So even if we go with the daily passes, I don't know if, it's hard for me to gauge how much of that is Evanston residents. So if you could just kind of elaborate there on your estimates. And I will do this last disclaimer. Coming out of COVID, I know that, we knew, actually during COVID, we knew how much people were trying to go down to the lakefront just to get some air. And I think last year we saw an increase in usage. This year, who knows what's going to happen given beach erosion. But I do think it's worth us having, if nothing else, for, 1 year, kind of as we still recover from the pandemic, free beaches for Evanston residents. That would give us a good year to gauge really what those true costs are. And if we decide, we need to go back to weekends or whatever, we can do this as a 1 year kind of coming out of COVID, free beaches for everybody, get outside and get some air kind of a thing.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Interim City Manager Gandersky, members of City Council, and Clerk Mendoza. Lawrence Hemingway, Director of Parks and Recreations. Councilmember Fleming, the numbers, you started out absolutely correct with what's in the chart. Looking at the preseason and during the season passing for city residents. The one piece that was not accounted for, we do not track the dailies where they come from. And so for me as a department, we just use 3/5. And I think I mentioned that at the previous discussion. And so that gets you to that $650,000 number. And if the decision by this body is to keep a resident rate in place for Skokie, that will be that other, that's where that extra $100,000 is coming from based upon our Skokie passes and how we track them. So originally the request is $750,000 reduction. So you add all that up, that's where you get $750,000. If it is to keep the $100,000 revenue in the direction, then our reduction will be, the loss of revenue will be more closer to $650,000. Based upon what's presented.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
Next will be Councilmember Nusma, followed by Reed, followed by Suffredin, followed by Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do support free beaches 7 days a week for Evanston residents. This was the commitment I understood that we made to ourselves when we passed the compromise measure back in May. So I think it was the right thing to do in May. It's the right thing to do for 2022. So let's figure out how to do it. I do have a question about beach revenue, lakefront revenue. The numbers in this in the packet do not include revenue from aquatics camp. Do we anticipate offering aquatics camp next summer?
Yes, we do. Aquatics camp is really housed out of Greenwood Beach, and if I think I mentioned this previous to the council, we didn't even start our season with Greenwood Beach open. As the lake levels receded a little bit, we had enough surface area to kind of open up Greenwood Beach just for the residents to enjoy. The aquatics camp process and registration process had passed by that point. And so We anticipate and are hopeful that water levels continue to recede, and we plan to offer a aquatics camp for 2022. So you're correct. There is no revenue in that in the 2021 or 2020 total budget line items for aquatics camp.
Nor is there any expense for those 2 years as well. So for next year, we can anticipate aquatics camp revenue. Subtract the expenses, we still come out ahead, right? So aquatics camp, we make money on, essentially.
Well, yes. So the way I would look at that, council member, is overall the lakefront operation combined is it makes money. So that's the boating fees, that's aquatics camp, that's beach tokens or dailies, the way we currently operate. If we remove the beach token piece or make beaches free for Evanston resident, that's where there would be a reduction in revenue.
Right, but how much does the needle move with aquatics camp?
Approximately $200,000.
In the positive direction.
It's been consistent over the years.
Thank you. Oh, and as far as Skokie, I'm in favor of a discount rate for Skokie residents. If they want to give us free access to their pools, we could give them the Evanston rate on beaches.
Fair enough. I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware.
Next is Councilmember Reed, followed by Suffredin, followed by Braithwaite, followed by Kelly.
Yeah, I just want to say I want to second what Councilmember Nusma said. We made this commitment to make sure that the beaches would be free to Evanston residents this year. I think we should keep that commitment that we made. And I'm really looking forward to hopefully working to see how we can more intentionally use our beaches as an economic development tool and use that, create a metric for the economic development generated by our beaches. So I'd love to see beach tokens continue, but I'd love to see them, handed out in a way that we can, maybe work with the chamber downtown to to provide, discounts similar to the way that folks who have Northwestern cards, the Wild Kit cards or whatever they're called, can folks who have a beach token or beach pass, which I think we could issue, more freely, whatever. Could folks receive a discount for going to the beach on a certain day? And would that encourage folks to head from the beach to our downtown? Could beach tokens be used to validate parking? And so you get, an hour free, and, as we maybe look at adjusting policies, you get an hour or an extra hour free of parking in a downtown garage to encourage folks to utilize our downtown garages. So I just really love to think creatively about how we can, measure the impact of the beaches as a public asset and a tool for economic development.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Braithwaite, followed by Kelly.
Thanks. Director Harnad, thanks. So if we have to reconfigure our arrangement with Skokie, is that an agreement with the village or the park district? Like, how's that work?
Park district.
Okay, so if we have to reconfigure it, we could. That's a direct negotiation that would happen between you and your counterpart in Skokie, or how's that?
Yeah, we will take, what I can do, I think if the direction for the council is to keep our Evanston rate in place, but that's the fee that we charge the Skokie residents. That's my understanding through Councilmember Fleming's suggestion. We would just do that.
Okay.
Nothing changes. Again, I bring it to your attention to make you all aware of the agreement that's in place currently.
And if we do go free beaches for Evanston residents, do you think there'd be an opportunity to see if the Skokie Park District would expand their resident rate program to Evanston residents to include Weber or the sports park or the other facilities, or is that?
Well, the agreement, so I can't speak for Skokie.
No, I know. I'm just saying, is that the type of thing that would be on the table when you call and say, we're doing it this way?
So, well, I wouldn't want to give away negotiation secrets here, but if it's about getting more access, I would kind of use the amenities that are currently, that we're swapping our agreement on. It is the current pool or their splash pad. You know, our residents get their resident rate. I will start there.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Braithwaite, followed by Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So clearly, I am the only one that feels this way. And first, I want to say thank you very much for the information, so at least everyone can see exactly where the revenue is coming from at 1.15 million, 1.1 million. And then we also see that the revenue provides more than just the beaches, which includes boat ramp and other operations. So my concern is we all understand that nothing is for free. My concern is as we're talking about taking away other things, as we're going to discuss limiting staff, we're now limiting an opportunity for revenue that, to be quite honest, I have not received enough feedback from anywhere in town. I mean, Google any, beaches in my inbox. Residents have not pushed back from paying this fee. And I think we do have free beaches. The only thing is you have to get a token. So as we're going through the budget process, clearly we're not voting on anything now. $1.1 million for a problem that I just have not received enough feedback to say that I'm willing to go down this direction. But I'm speaking for myself right now, clearly. So I would only ask that, our members of City Council, that over the next couple of weeks, as we are all having our various conversations with our residents, if you're receiving the emails, having those discussions in your ward meetings, that you just consider that there are people who are comfortable with paying that fee. And if they're residents, for whatever their philosophical reasons or even finances, we just look to make that process to receive the token. I would much rather invest in making that process easier for those who are complaining about the barriers, make that process easier for those who feel that this should be a public asset. But why remove the ability to collect revenue when there are people in this town that believe in paying for that service, is all I have to say for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just point of information, the dollar amount was incorrectly stated there. It's $650,000, not almost double that at 1.1 million.
I think, well, depending on what you add, I think it's that right. It's at 650. I think is correct. Sorry, that's right. Next is Councilmember Kelly, followed by Ravel.
Thank you, Councilmember Reed, for correcting that. And so, do we have a ballpark idea? I know we don't really know how many Skokie residents would pay, but like if half did, how much revenue we might generate, because that would definitely offset that cost, that expense. I mean, I know it's hard to say.
The number of actual residents, I mean, I could sit down and do the calculation based upon the revenue received. I mean, and do what our tokens cost and give you a number. I mean, I just don't know the number of people,
right,
off the top of my head, but I could sit down and do that math and give it right back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth sort of, and I know, again, we don't know what will happen because this is new, but if we were to charge, that rate and what we would generate from Skokie residents. And then also, and I know we already do this and you can already donate, but I think we should do a promotional, I know I'd put it out on my newsletter for donating for beach access, just to really, figure out some good PR, because I know in my ward, people really wanted free. I got a lot of wanting free access to the beach, but also a lot of people that would love to support that. And so I would just asking if we can maybe do a little PR campaign for people to donate for beach access. I think that would be very popular. And also we'll have rental, right? Next summer, the kayaks again.
Sure.
Great. Okay, so that also brings revenue in, like aquatics camp, right? That generates
about $30,000 to $40,000, but every penny counts.
Okay, terrific. And I also feel we should reinstitute the tokens. Whether or not we do something also, electronic is fine, but that is such a nice, easy way for token takers, having been a token taker one day, long time ago. I just think it's really easy rather than having the token takers have to look and decide if they're Evanston resident. You know, token's such a quick, easy way to, when you're walking in. So I think that should be reinstituted. And I think that's about it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly, in terms of process for if the council chooses to make beaches free, it will be probably like a beach pass, just so that you know, it's, rather than a token that's cost that we could potentially save on actual tokens, the traditional things. But as staff, we've been thinking about how we would manage that, and it would be a pass. You know, we will have residents go to any of their community centers, prove they're a resident. I got 4 people in my house. You get your 4 passes, and it may be a laminated card or something, but that piece, you know, this will be a little way to just save on the expense side as opposed to buying actual tokens.
Just so I think it's something that's easy
Sure.
to see and identify quickly.
Okay.
Councilmember Revelle.
I'm piggybacking on Councilmember Kelly's comments and your comments about, so there'll be a process then for residents to come into the community center, prove their residency, et cetera, and at that point we can have a big sign that says, you know, suggested donation, or, you know, because I do agree, I think there are a lot of residents who appreciate the beaches and know that it's an expense and will be willing to pay that suggested donation. So,
Sure.
And I also I liked Councilmember Fleming's idea at the very beginning, which is we could say this is a 1 year, another pilot. It's with free beaches every 7 days a week, and we have a chance to evaluate it again a year from now.
Next is Councilmember Nguyen.
I agree with Councilmember Revelle and Fleming's idea about reevaluating, but I have one quick question. I know every year that I buy my beach tokens, there is an opportunity to buy extras.
Mm-hmm.
And I've done that the entire time I've lived here in Evanston, just bought double the number of tokens for my family. Do we keep track of that?
Yes, we do.
What is the amount that people have bought essentially donated beach tokens?
So every year it varies, but it's been as low as about $8,000 and as high as $15,000, as you look at some of the historical data. So, let's land in the middle. and that's kind of your average each year over time. But, some years there's more donations than others. This is the Parks and Rec Board really pushed us this past year coming out of COVID on donations, and I think each of them donated passes, but it happens every year.
Yeah, I mean, because it's right there on the line.
Yes,
of
it's
asking
an
you if you'd like to donate. So
Yes.
perhaps if we promoted it more,
Sure.
that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
No one else who has not yet spoken is seeking recognition, so we'll go for folks asking to speak a second time, beginning with Councilmember Nusma, who has 4 minutes.
My point was made on the token process, so I will yield.
Then Councilmember Reed, who has 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Thank you. I just want to I want to make sure that as we're doing this, we're doing it looking to actually remove barriers. So while I appreciate one suggestion that was made earlier, I think if we make people go to some beach house or wherever and prove their status as an Evanstonian, that keeps the barrier in place, at least part of it. It removes the financial barrier, but it puts a barrier in place to Evanstonians being able to just go to the beach. I mean, we don't force folks to go register their status as an Evanstonian to enjoy our parks or any other public facility. I'm hoping we can streamline this, and also, adding that burden of staff time for, a process that we're not going to be collecting funds on, I think doesn't make sense. So as much as we can reduce, the need for staff interaction with this, I think the system that we had in place this year worked quite effectively, where you just I think we can do an honor system, particularly with the pilot. I think we can try an honor system. If things don't work out, we can troubleshoot from there. But I think as we start out, we should try it in a fairly lax manner that doesn't burden staff, doesn't burden our city resources, and reduces the barrier as much as possible, particularly for the pilot, to Evanstonians enjoying our lakefront. I think the thing that I'd really like us to focus on, if we were going to, put any kind of burden on staff time with this process, I think it should be to measure the impactfulness of, other revenue I don't know if auxiliary revenue is the right word, but let's just say that, or ancillary revenue from folks coming to our beaches, again, maybe parking at our lakefront, traveling to our downtown to get some ice cream or enjoying, something on our lakefront from one of our push carts. If we can, use our beach tokens or, this system to measure the impact of that, I think would be more useful than just having folks register as Evanstonians to receive, access to our lakefront.
Next is Councilmember Nguyen with 4 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reed, I have to say I disagree with you on this, because the last thing we need is to have our beach attendants having to ask every single person to pull out their driver's license and determine whether they're an Evanston resident or not. And the honor system means that we lose all the revenue that from anyone who is from Chicago or Wilmette or from out of town, and we really do need to make sure we collect that. It's pretty simple. I mean, when people were carrying a beach token, all you needed to do was walk through, and the beach attendant didn't even have to interact with you. They just saw it, waved you through. And I think that, and what we did find is, over the last year or so, is that our beach attendants took a lot of grief from people when they had to ask them for proof of residency or even to wear a mask. And my understanding is that for periods of time, because we passed this so quickly, that our beach attendants just let anybody on, which because they didn't have enough time to prepare and because of the concern about conflict. So this is a matter of someone showing their driver's license or showing their gas bill or whatever, and then they get a card, which they just hold up and walk right through onto the beach, just as in our old policy. And then our daily rates, people from Chicago can pay our daily rate. I would like that to happen so we do capture some of that revenue rather than having to have everybody show some proof of residence. If we just are going to open up the gate, I don't think that's what most Evanstonians want. I think most Evanstonians want beaches to be free for residents, but that other non-taxpayers pay their share.
May I respond to that, since I was directly named? I will say that, non-Evanstonians, if we're worried about capturing revenue, we are certainly charging those folks to pay for parking. And so it's far more likely that that a Chicagoan, someone from Wilmette, someone from Skokie. I'm sorry.
I mean, if you can bring this to a close quickly, you've already spoken twice on this issue, but I'll let you just finish off, and then we can move to the next speaker.
Was my time up?
No, but you'd already spoken twice on the subject.
I don't believe there's a rule that says that a member can't speak more than twice to a subject. It says that maybe there is, and so you could be right. Yeah, I'll bring it to a close. So Chicagoans or folks from Wilmette or whatever other city will be paying the parking, and we know that the average stay was about what the cost of a daily token was. So certainly there will be some revenue captured. And then again, if we're making folks pull out IDs or other things, whether it's that certainly wasn't happening at the lakefront this year. Folks were just going by the honor system, and we still captured a very respectable amount of revenue. And then certainly, we don't want to force Evanstonians to have to pull out their IDs or gas bills or anything else to prove who they are just to go to the beach, just like we wouldn't do that with parks or any other public facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly, your light went on and off. Were you okay? Then next is Councilmember Suffredin with 4 minutes and 15 seconds left.
Thank you. I won't use it all. And Lawrence, this probably isn't a question you can answer necessarily, but can't we just do like whatever the library does? Seems like that's not an overly burdensome process that we've already tested in terms of residents proving. And I mean, you know, like, does that work, or like, is there a reason that doesn't work?
I am happy to work with
Karen's
Karen.
in there. We can ask her,
I'm happy to work with her to see what she does for residents versus non-residents. And, you know, if it's streamlines and make it easier, we absolutely are willing to implement the most less restrictive process that we can figure out for our residents.
Yeah, okay,
So,
cool.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks. I had just a couple quick questions that weren't covered. I have to say, I'm really back when we were talking about beach access in May, it was like the happiest topic in the world, and now it's November 1st, and we're talking about the beach, and it just, I don't know, man. It's an emotionally different conversation. But in any case, notwithstanding my feelings about the winter, I want to sort of, something was mentioned a couple times, but not directed at you. It appeared to be the case, both anecdotally, in terms of the anecdotes I heard, but also just the stuff I saw on the lakefront this summer, that enforcement of the Evanston residence requirement was impossible, essentially, or very, very hard, sort of put staff in a difficult, if not impossible, position. What do you have in mind as you've thought about implementing a fee structure that depends upon residents going forward? Like, if, you know, I get it, Evanstonians will have access to the free whatever it is,
Sure. Mm-hmm.
But if someone doesn't have that and they show up and say, I'm an Evanstonian, then what do you do?
So again, my goal is to minimize conflict, because your gate attendants are 16-year-old kids. So if someone shows up without our token, pass, whatever that piece is, if they are adamant that they're an Evanston resident, we will say, we will ask them to go to the one of the beach offices, just show it, they'll get the pass or the token and be able to come right in. If it becomes too much of a conflict, we always err on the side of just let them in. We don't want to, put those young people in that kind of position. So that's exactly what we did this year. We've had people say, they ask folks as they enter the gate, are you an Evanston resident? Nope. Okay, well, you got to, go pay. Yeah, I'm an Evanston resident. Let them in, right? We just were put in that kind of situation. So the goal is to minimize any type of conflict. And hopefully, we put a system in place that residents, that works for them, is not restrictive, and people will pick up their token/pass for access.
Got it. And I mean, I know you don't have data, especially about the people who didn't pay, but I mean, was your sense, obviously from a conflict minimization standpoint, which I agree is critical,
Mm-hmm.
from a conflict minimization standpoint, it worked well last summer. From a non-Evanston residents paying standpoint, how do you feel that it was?
Obviously, with 3 days free, we still made quite a bit of money. We didn't have an issue, let's go back. This year we implemented the VIPLE digital pass. People resident, and you had to put your address in there. So we were able to tell right away, right? So there's no, people came with the pass, resident versus non-resident. We just, that's not an issue. Most people who enjoy our beaches, whether they're from Skokie or Chicago, they tend to lean on the right side and pay before they come. We have, over the last couple of years, implemented prepaying options, so people are coming to us already with some form of digital proof of payment. And so that simplifies the process and has simplified access into the beach.
Thank you. And now Councilmember Kelly with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Okay, just because we're on the beach topic, I just wanted to get this in really quickly. The high school will be returning again early, so I just want to make sure we make arrangements and It can be done between Northwestern students, high school students, and we're on block schedules now, so high school students have different schedules. I just want to make sure that's covered. I did hear a lot of complaints from residents when the beach season ended prematurely.
That's a great point, Councilmember Kelly. The practice we did this year wasn't new. We've always done it. When the young people go back, because the majority of our staff are high school kids and / college kids, in the month of August, every year I've been here, we reduced beach operations based upon those who are available to stay throughout the end of the year. This year was no different.
Sure, but this year was exceptionally early. We started earlier than ever before, so I think we should plan for that, and we should keep our beaches open till Labor Day. I mean, we should do everything we can to keep our beaches open till Labor Day and work on that well ahead of time.
So yes, they are open to Labor Day. We scheduled maybe one beach open each day based upon the staff that's available. In the weekends, we opened up all 5 beaches, and we do go all the way to Labor Day.
No, I understand that, but a lot of people were upset because they closed. So I'm saying we're here to serve the residents.
Sure.
Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out with, we'll need additional staff to come in, but I think we can do this.
We will do our best effort. I mean, we ask the young people, can you come in at 4, right? So we can open up for the afternoons. Whatever we can do to get them open.
And work with Northwestern.
Okay. Thank you.
And one other little comment, and I don't know, I had mentioned in terms of revenue, can we look at the possibility of the Lincoln Street Beach on the off-season for a couple months? I think plenty of people would buy, if we could do Dog Beach on the off-season, in their early spring and late fall for a few months. I think a lot of people would be really thrilled, even though it wouldn't be, of course, in the summer when everybody wants to go. I just think it might be worth exploring.
Will do. Thank you.
So no one else is requesting to speak. So pardon me, everybody. Sorry. I apologize. So I think it's important to acknowledge, first of all, that there's not consensus on this issue. I don't want to sort of pretend that that's the case when it isn't. Let me tell you what I think I heard as the kind of majority view. And again, folks, I'm trying to reflect back what I'm hearing, so please pipe in if I'm getting this, if you want to contest that. I think the majority are supportive of, at least, in 2022, for the purposes of this budget, having free beach access for Evanston residents. There was limited discussion about Skokie, but what I heard was basically for the Skokie population that's used to getting Evanston resident service from the Parks and Rec Department in the city of Evanston, let's extend this to them as well, but let's sit at the table with them and see what might be in it for Evanston residents as well. So there may be some discussion there that could be productive.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, Mayor Biss, you're not saying that Skokie residents should get free access?
I thought I heard that. No.
I suggested that.
I was suggesting
somewhat.
they get the Evanston rate that they currently get, which would be discounted from Chicago and other
I
people.
believe that's the prevailing view.
I think that's something we could put on the table in exchange for greater access to their park district facilities, which are excellent. And I'll leave it to staff to.
I appreciate the correction. Thank you. So let me just say it again, both for the record and for my own clarity, that what Skokie residents would enjoy is the current Evanston rate that they're enjoying, and there'd be an opportunity for discussion to see if there might be the ability for us to do better in exchange for something, and we would simply have to figure out if those discussions led to a mutually beneficial arrangement. So thanks everyone, and I apologize for the error there. And I think it's worth saying that there was a lot of discussion about trying to be creative about revenue. And some of it from council members Kelly and Reed was just about doing different things we haven't done before. And I think those are important ideas to be considered. And some of it also from council member Kelly and Wynn and others was just like, let's really beat the drum on trying to raise funds from the community if this were to pass, when it passes, we can say to the community, this is an exciting benefit that we're doing because we think it's the right thing to do. Certainly as mayor, I would be happy to say, but in an effort to support this effort, in my personal capacity, I'm buying the beach tokens I would have bought in an ordinary year. Let's invite residents who have the means to do that and want to be supportive of this effort because they believe it's the right thing to do to join us in doing that. So I think that last element is a little more nebulous than just make them free or don't make them free, but I think it is worth saying there was a lot of talk about let's be creative about looking for revenue sources to support this. With the welcome correction, do folks feel like I've represented the council faithfully?
Capture the consensus.
I do, and I'll just throw out there that if we can get District 65 to pay for the crossing guards, we can use that money to cover the beach loss.
Well, except that in the current budget proposal.
I know, just work with me, Daniel, here.
Yeah. No, I mean, money is very useful. There's no question about it. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for the robust but I think really important discussion. And let's move now to item SP1D. As you recall, and as the memo in the packet describes, there was a request for a number of new positions in the budget proposal. And staff is seeking direction on what to do vis-a-vis those requests, and wanted to open it up and see if there's members of council who have either questions or feedback about those proposals.
Sure, I'd hope to chime in.
Go ahead.
I am supportive of, thus far, what I've been able to kind of do a good dive on most of the positions. There's only one position that I'd love to ask for us to hold off on, and there's within the police department, there are a number of positions that are being requested. The vast majority of them are, or not, I shouldn't say vast, the majority of them are civilian positions. There's 2 commanders and a police officer. I'd love to see if we can hold off on hiring the 1 new police officer and hire the other 6 staff members that are requested there.
Councilmember, I want to make sure that we're on the same page, and if I'm understanding properly, we may not be. There's 2 different collections of proposed hirings. One is the restoration of positions that were frozen during the pandemic because of COVID, and then one is a collection of recommended new positions, which I think, if I'm doing this right, are found, I think, in a couple places, but also starting on page 17, on pages 17 and 18 of the packet. As I understand, as I recall, the positions in the police department were from the first category, the frozen positions, and obviously that's a really important thing for us to come to an agreement about. But the item that we're talking about now is for the proposed new positions, and there's a reason for that, which is that the staff recommended budget included funding for the frozen positions becoming unfrozen, but did not include funding for these potential new positions. And so, in fact, I think the memo says, so if we wanted to move forward with these new positions, they could be supported with ARPA revenue loss, increased use of fund balance, or an increase in the property tax levy. The challenge about that, of course, is that those first 2 sources of revenue, the ARPA revenue loss funding and the increased use of fund balance, are one time. And so eventually, if these positions were to be retained, they would likely have to be supported with property taxes. So I'm sorry for the long speech, but I appreciate the importance of the topic that you were addressing. But I think for now, I want to focus our discussion on the new requests that, again, are found on pages 17 and 18 of the packet. Did you want to speak to those, Councilmember Reed, or do you want us to come back to you in a minute?
Certainly, come back to me. Thank you.
Great. Well, then let's start with Councilmember Kelly.
I think we really need to, well, I would recommend that we wait for those budget projections before we make any decisions at all on, especially, well, I think all the positions, unless there's something urgent, of course, barring something that is exceedingly urgent. But otherwise, I think we really need to wait till we see those budget projections so that we understand the implications for our residents. So that's, I feel very strongly about that otherwise we don't really know what we're getting into until we see those 3 to 5 year just, the Finance and Budget Committee was pretty unanimous in feeling that that was really important. Before, when we have this one-time, money of ARPA, and we did really well with the market on the pensions. So it's 43 and another 11 million. And I know that's all being figured into this, but that won't be there in years to come. So that's what I would ask for. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
In this first group, the Parks and Rec, includes new positions for Robert Crown. That's a question. It does. I mean, I think we need to move on those. Personally, from what I understand, no matter whose fault it was in the past, it is of the utmost importance that all of our facilities, in particular ones, which whether say all have, but facilities that residents are actively using, that they're fully staffed. It's a huge safety issue, and so I do feel strongly we need to move on those. However, the other positions, similar to Councilmember Kelly, I do not feel comfortable moving forward with positions that may. Unless if we've only identified an increase in property taxes in the future to pay for it, I'm not comfortable making that decision right now. I need additional information, starting with the 3-year projection that we talked about getting at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, which was a really good meeting. But do think we should take action on making sure that we're fully staffed in Robert Crown and any other community center, especially one that's serving our young community. That is understaffed at this moment.
Councilmember Nusma, followed by Fleming.
I will note that there are some positions listed under administrative services as well as positions under Parks and Recreation, all of which would be Robert Crown. So there's some Robert Crown maintenance facilities workers as well as some Robert Crown programming related staff. And just a clarifying question for Councilmember Burns: were you referring to both categories, or only the program staff?
Certainly program, and I'd have to take another closer look at some of the other positions.
Yeah, because the ones listed under administrative services, the facilities maintenance worker, and the facility, I think that one, as well as facilities maintenance worker 3, that's for sure at Crown. 2 of those. So those are at Crown too. So I do think I do think we need to take care of our assets, and the more the better care we take of them in 2022, the less expense we will incur on a long-term basis when things go wrong. Better to prevent problems than prevent little problems than fix a big one. Having said that, I am reluctant to spend ARPA money on salaries unless we are very clearly, filling in for lost revenue that we anticipate will come back next year and in the following year after that. Like, we don't want to put ourselves in a position of having to lay off staff in a few years because there's not enough revenue there. If that's the case, we're talking about a property tax increase unless we can find savings elsewhere, to echo Councilmember Fleming's point. And that requires a deeper discussion than I think we're ready to have tonight. Thanks. That's all for
Just
now.
wanted to quickly jump in and say that was my point, much better stated. I was having a little cough attack over here, but thank you. That was exactly it. Thank you.
I just want to address a couple of points. For some of these positions, especially the community development positions, I think it's pretty safe to say that the revenue generated from those positions could cover those costs. Right. I think it's harder to say that for some of the other positions. These are really about levels of service provided to the community. But I think any which way we slice it, I think it's pretty fair to say that we would have to look at other revenue sources to sustain these positions and some other costs that the city have regardless of these positions going forward. I've spent a lot of time with the budget team, and I think while I don't have precise numbers, I think it's just pretty easy to see once you're looking at the numbers for this year going into next year that, you know, we do need other sources of revenue in order to just to sustain what we have.
The next speakers will be council members Fleming, followed by Braithwaite, followed by Wynn.
The only thing I'll add, I agree with what Jonathan said. It would be great to have some folks at the permit desk, given all the permit calls that we get. However, I guess I'd like to know just a little bit more that once we get all these staff there that, we as council members are not fielding calls every day about permits. The one question I did, or the one comment I guess I'll make here, I made my comments last week about all the tree staff versus some staff to do some quality of life improvements, particularly around snow removal. Is the recreation manager at Gibbs Morrison? I will admit that I haven't been in there in a couple months, but from what I know of the facility now, it still struggles. And when I say struggles, I mean we don't have like constant programming in there. It seems to be that it's a space that's mostly rented out for party use, which might be a need to have a recreation manager. But I guess before I move forward with some staff in there, I'd like to kind of know the long-term plan for the building because it's not really been, in my opinion, utilized to its best capabilities. And so before we put more staff in there, I'd like to know that we're, going to actually be doing some things in the building.
Councilmember Fleming, just one point of clarity. The manager that I'm asking for the buildings is not just Gibbs. It's one manager to oversee
I see. I thought
Chandler, Noyes, and
okay.
And
so offline, I still would like to talk to you about what's happening at Gibbs, but thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
But definitely agree with what everyone else said, and I think to your point, Kelly, in terms of looking at revenue, I've been here enough to see us cut staff because we haven't had revenue, and so I would hate to bring in anybody. We only had enough money to pay them for, a year, maybe a little bit past a year, without, having a fleshed out plan. So if there's a way that you maybe can prioritize the need of these positions for us a little bit better. So if we are going to do that, we can bring a staff in and be able to tell somebody they have a job for a year, which is not ideal, but I'd rather be honest with them than for us to all say we don't want to raise property taxes. And then we're back to the point of cutting a bunch of staff we just brought on. But I would need those prioritized in some kind of way because now it's just kind of one large ask that I'm not sure which is most important based on your opinion.
Next speaker is Councilmember Braithwaite, followed by Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I stepped out of the room while folks are going through their list. So I do think it is important to prioritize our Parks and Recs spend and as well the community development. I shared this earlier that we all receive those phone calls from our residents with complaints of the backlog, and I think that if this team, this funding group helps to make that run more efficiently, it's well worth the dollars in terms of the revenue numbers that I've seen in the past. There's one position that I have. Edgar, is he still in the room, or maybe, oh, there you go, sir. Thank you. The arborist position, I definitely think trees are important. My curiosity is in my mind, and you can probably change this, I see that as more seasonal in terms of opportunities to get out, inspect, and do the things that an arborist would do. Can you just give me a real brief explanation of what an arborist does during the winter time, for example?
So are you speaking of the arborist position related to the tree ordinance?
Well, it's a full-time position that you're asking for, and I'm curious to know, don't we have one on staff? Would that be a second?
We do have, I believe it's 4 arborists,
Okay.
technically, that are certified arborists on staff.
Got it.
Yeah, so this arborist that we're asking for is related to the tree preservation ordinance. If that passes, just our workload would increase significantly with that, and that this one would be the one year-round, depending on the construction projects and applications that come through, that would be going out doing not only inspections of the tree, but give recommendations of what could be done. And also, when not working on any private tree ordinance-related issues, they would assist with just general inspection of all the trees that we currently have. 32,000 trees in our public parkway. As you guys know, we get a lot of 311 requests about that.
Yeah.
We get a lot of storm damage. These storm damages have led to poor conditions on these trees that have become liabilities. So again, they would just help and assist on any liability issues and most.
What are
of
they
the
doing
tree
in the wintertime, Edgar? Sorry to cut you off.
So in the wintertime, with the snow and ice and everything that we get, it weighs down the limbs heavily, causes a lot of damage to the trees there as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree with those who've spoken before me that I think it is important for us to move forward with all of the employees who we need to fully staff Crown. That building isn't even at its true capacity at this point. We know we need these employees. I think it's important for us to make sure that the building is running appropriately with all the staff that it needs. I also agree with adding the community development staff. From what we heard from the director, there is a great potential that this will be a revenue generation, and we don't want people bypassing the permitting process, and people get tempted to do that, and as much as I discourage people from doing that, that happens sometimes. So I think those are positions that I could support. I do also think that our trees are infrastructure, and we do need to make sure we are maintaining that infrastructure. I think that's critically important. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else who hasn't spoken yet requesting to speak, so I'll call on folks for a second time in a minute. I just wanted to take the opportunity to just share a few additional thoughts that I haven't heard represented yet. And look, I think these positions are really important. But I think as we're trying to figure out how to prioritize and what to say yes to now, I don't see us so much saying no to any of these necessarily as saying not now, perhaps to some of them, for the reasons that we don't have a revenue source to pay for them, and so that's making a long-term commitment that we may not feel comfortable with the mechanism by which we would meet that commitment. So I just wanted to flag two other observations. One is, and as Councilmember Reed indicated, nobody's passed anything. The entire budget is still open for discussion. But I have the impression that there's relatively broad agreement about the unfreezing of, if not literally all, very many of the positions that are recommended to be reopened essentially subsequent to COVID elsewhere in the budget proposal. So that speaks to the fact that our organization would be growing from today's status quo relatively quickly, and there's, I think, some question to be raised about just how quickly we can do that much hiring, given that our HR process is still somewhat involved. The other issue that I would flag is that we're, still in a pretty darn early stages of a nationwide search for a new city manager, and I think there's some argument to be made that some of these decisions might benefit by being made under the new regime. Seems like a weird word to use, but under the new city manager. So those are just two other considerations I wanted to put on folks' minds as we're thinking about how to grapple with these proposals. So now to go to folks requesting to speak for a second time, I want Councilmember Kelly with 4 minutes.
So I agree. I think we also have an interim head of HR, right? So I think we're in a position with an interim situation, and I agree. I think it might make sense to wait. But I want to go back to that maintenance fund, and if there are in fact urgent positions that need to be covered, again, I feel we should wait until we get that 3-year projection. But if there's something urgent, if it's really urgent that we hire these maintenance folks at Robert Crown, then again, let's use it's really silly financially not to use that money, because we're bonding out for that money and we're paying higher interest than we're making. To have money just sitting there is ridiculous. Financially ridiculous. Spend the money that we have in the maintenance fund. It's $350,000, and I don't even know if we should. Putting bonding out to put $175,000 every year into that also. I'm not sure that makes financial sense either. So again, I'm going to go back to that. If everyone is compelled to say we really have to, these positions are urgent, then again, let's not. I'm going to ask again that we consider taking it from the maintenance fund. Thank you.
Just a quick clarification that the maintenance fund is funded through the center's operations. It's not funded through bonds. So it is coming out of the operations of the Crown Center every year. $175,000 is being contributed. And again, the intention when it was set up was that for that to sit and wait for these larger replacement projects that need to be done.
So I'm seeing no further council members requesting to speak. So let's start with Ms. Gandersky, and then we'll go to Councilmember Nusma.
I just want to, I think I need to state the importance of this. While maybe, you'll have a new city manager sitting in the seat 6 months from now, a year from now, whatever that may be, I was asked to come in and identify what I believe is critically important to run operations. And that's something I have some experience with. And I think it's really critically important for me to let the council know that you can choose not to fund these positions, and that's fine, but understand that the operational inefficiencies that are going to result from that will continue. And I understand funding is always an issue, and it's always an issue in government to determine where is the money coming from. And I'm not disagreeing with Councilmember Kelly in some ways where we should look, and Councilmember Fleming, we should look at other ways where we can save. I just need the council to understand that we are stretched at a maximum capacity at this point, and that's not something I would readily say. But I think that if we're looking to do some of these things that Evanstonians want us to do, if we're looking at a tree preservation ordinance, or we're looking at enforcement of leaf blowers, or we're looking at additional revenue coming in from licensing, or whatever it is that we're doing, that takes staff time, and we don't necessarily have the staff to do that additional work. That said, again, I think we are exploring creative ways to look at other sources of revenue. I think we are probably leaving money on the table in some instances, and I've asked staff to take a look at where we are doing that, because I think we owe it to the taxpayers to do that. So I just want to make it really clear that, I'm the first one that's going to cross-train all the staff here to make sure that everybody's working at their maximum capacity. But at some point in time, we have to acknowledge the staff that we don't have. And with those unfrozen positions, Kate, if you can verify, I think some of those are already scheduled to be filled, and our HR department is going to have to fill these all, assuming the council funds them on a staggered basis, because we don't have enough staff in HR to fill all these positions at once. So we could be looking at a year from now, even if council decided to give us these positions before they'd even be remotely filled. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Councilmember Nusma with 3 minutes.
I appreciate the comment about looking for additional sources of revenue, presumably other than raising property taxes. And one of those sources, I do believe, is if we pass a tree ordinance, there would be some revenue associated with that. Mr. Kano, would you be able to speak to that? I know there is a memo on the topic. And so this speaks to the arborist position that Councilmember Braithwaite was asking about. If we fund that, if we pass the ordinance, we'll have to pay somebody to enforce it, but we'll also bring some revenue in as well.
Correct. As of right now, the projected amount of money based on 400 building permits that we anticipate at a cost of $100 per permit, that would be revenue of $40,000. Again, with any penalties associated with this ordinance, that can go up as well. So right now, the current violations stand between $100 and $1,500. We are proposing to increase that to $500 and $10,000 per occurrence or per tree. So that'll definitely help offset some of that cost.
500 to 10,000, or is that a typo?
No, I believe that's correct, yes. I'll have to look at what was submitted, but I want to say that is right, depending on the tree and the size.
Okay. It depends on the size. Okay, I get it.
If someone's taking down a 200-year-old oak, they should pay us $10,000. Or not to.
Yeah, agreed. Okay. So we'll bring in some money that will at least partially offset this arborist position.
Correct.
Right, thank you.
Councilmember Reed.
Yes, I just want to chime in on comments that I heard from Manager Gandersky. So if there are positions, given the state of our, the number of positions, the number of vacancies and positions that need to be filled, and the state of our HR department, if what you said is accurate, that, you believe that it could be a year from now, and, a number of these, it sounded like you were saying a good number of these positions still wouldn't be filled. I'd love to see us, if that is the case, to, again, I think someone else mentioned this, to give us a list of the positions that you think are most critical and the ones that will be hired first, and the ones, the positions that you think it may not be a year until those positions are filled. And so we can eliminate, I would say that if it seems like it may not be a year until those positions are filled, let's just eliminate those positions from this year's budget request and bring down the levy. Or not that, I shouldn't say that. Bring down our overall budget, not bring down the levy.
Asking me to I just have to say this. Asking me to prioritize which of these positions is the most important is like saying which one of my children do I like the least. In some instances, it's dependent upon what we're valuing in the community. So if we don't fund the Parks and Rec positions, then we have programming for our children that may not be able to happen or happen as efficiently. If we don't fund the community development positions, we know what's happening with the permit process. If we don't fund the public works positions, then if the tree ordinance is passed, we're not enforcing that, we're leaving money on the table. And same with administrative services. They're asking for, maintenance workers to keep up our facilities so that they don't go into disrepair, as well as a human resources specialist, which I think we can all agree we are in desperate need of. So I'm loath to say to prioritize. I can give you what I believe are my priorities, but my priorities may not be those reflective of the community. That's why we're bringing this to council to help us decide.
Well, okay. Well, then I think that it may be, asking your priorities or staff's priorities, based on day-to-day work. But if there are positions that will not be filled for the greater balance of the year, I just think that we should assess those positions for this year's budget, and I think that would help us, with determining as Mayor Biss put it, not that we're saying no to these positions. That our children are beautiful, but some are more productive than others, and we want to make sure that we're getting the productive children, if we're going with that metaphor.
Says the non-parent, right? I couldn't resist that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think the point I'm trying to make, and I'm sorry to interrupt, the point I'm trying to make is the city will yield a cost savings from us not filling those positions right away. It's just operationally impossible for us to go ahead and fill 20 or 30 positions in Q1. It takes time to post, to vet, to interview, and we all know what's happening with our workforce right now. Even finding the right people has been difficult. So the city would yield a cost savings by not filling those positions right away, and that's the point I was trying to make.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly with 3 minutes left.
So, as much as agree, we want to do all these great things, free beaches, save old oak groves, get new Zambonis, all that stuff. at least as much, if not more, we also want to relieve the burden, the financial burden, the tax burden on our residents. So it is about priorities, and I hear you, right, that it's really up to us to figure out how those priorities are. And I know we're in a time crunch now, but somehow we need to, I don't know if that, committee, but I don't know if we can do this, 10 of us up here figuring this out, or if we really should have a group to really examine personnel and priorities. Because I agree with you. We do want to do all these things, but we equally or more want to ensure that residents are not feeling the squeeze, not just next year, which that shouldn't, the levy won't increase, but in subsequent years. So I'm not sure how we're going to do that, but I think we need to figure out a way that we can do that.
So no one else is requesting to speak. This is a really complicated issue. It's a number of positions, and on some level, each of those positions is a separate question. So I'll do my best to provide some direction. First, I think there's ambivalence. There's I think a broad recognition these are important positions, and I think a discomfort around the long-term obligation that filling them would impose on the city. What I heard, I think, and I really want to acknowledge from the jump, I may be getting this wrong, but what I think I heard was that the positions that are required to make Crown function are critical, and I think I heard that the community development positions are critical. And I wouldn't say that there was consensus that it's only those or that it's definitely those or anything, but I think there's a sense of we want to do this, but we want to be cautious about the timing of the rollout and the identification of a revenue source to fund these things over the long term. And those are two priorities that I at least heard as kind of high up on that list. Is that, folks, please jump in.
I think the arborist position should be added to the ones that you just mentioned as ones that have pretty strong support.
Okay, so the arborist position as well.
I just want to know where if we do this, I mean, presumably this is 1 year worth of funding. Where are we the next year? Are we raising taxes literally next year to support these positions? I mean, I just need that type of clarity. When does it?
Well, that's I think what Jonathan and I were pointing out. We either raise taxes or find another revenue source. Another revenue source has not been identified. So what I said is, if we feel like we need to hire these folks, then we hire them, telling them it's for a year, because that's what we can commit to in funding, unless we're all willing to say, we're going to be super creative with some kind of magical funding, or we're going to raise taxes, which seems like people don't want to do. I know that's not an ideal way to hire folk, but that's the honest truth of it, is we have enough money to pay you for a year.
That was about the answer I had. So
I think I've asked staff to look at our current revenue and ways to increase revenue. We will be looking at some of those proposals coming up at the next city council meeting. We have, I can pretty much guarantee from community development, if they've got people to work the permit desk, that's more permits being processed, that's more revenue coming in hand. And some of these other positions, it's hard to say, because with increased staff at Crown, there's an efficiency savings as well. We're not spending time fixing things that are broken, that have been left or neglected. We're maintaining their buildings, and also we're providing superior programming for our children and our community. There's an efficiency cost to that, and there's a policy, good policy behind that. So, will you have to raise taxes next year regardless of these positions? That's going to be in the projections, but I don't know. Kate, do you want to add anything?
The reality is our costs increase every year. We have to look at new revenue every year. We are fortunate this year that ARPA can be a portion of that and can supplement our revenue loss. That goes away in a few years, right?
Can we just say, Kate, without the ARPA funding this year, would we be looking at a tax levy increase?
Yes.
Yes.
And we would not be able to put forward these increases. So I mean, part of ARPA is to go towards revenue loss. We are still experiencing revenue loss. The advantage, too, on how we're playing out some of this is if revenues do come in higher next year. If they come in higher this year, we have more in fund balance that we can use. If they come in higher next year, we use less in ARPA, we use less in fund balance. You know, these can kind of play off each other as we move forward and see what the spending really is and what the revenue really comes in as well.
Councilmember Kelly?
So just to reiterate, I think we're all sort of shooting in the dark a little bit here. I think when we get that projection, like with this, although even this evening, I think we found like between the crossing guards, potentially having a lag pay line item, maybe using the maintenance fund. I mean, already we're looking at, close to 2 million, but I think if we saw minus that, but just on this, what this would mean for residents in years 2, 3, 4, 5, I think then we can say, well, wow, we really need to tighten this down too. So I think it's hard for us really right now to, unless it's like 1 or 2 positions that are, urgent. But I think otherwise, I don't think we should really be, I think we need those numbers. Again, projections, not detail, but projections.
Thank you. So that's the end of everybody requesting to speak. That brings us to the end of item SP1. So thanks, everyone. I know this was a lengthy discussion, but feedback on these issues is really critical and very, very helpful. So thanks. Thank you, everyone, for that. This brings us to SP2, where item A is another discussion and the rest are proposed individual expenditures. So what I want to request is a motion just simply on SP2A to allow us to open the discussion. Is there a second? Second. Councilmember Braithwaite moves that we discuss item SP2A. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. We've had very, very useful conversations about the American Rescue Plan Act funding in the past, and we've also had an awful lot of input that was kind of collated and spearheaded by the Evanston Community Foundation. They helped us put together a number of town hall meetings as well as a large number of roundtables with stakeholders, and just recently sent over a final report that's based off of that process. And with us this evening, I believe, is Saul Anderson, the CEO of the Evanston Community Foundation, to give a quick sort of update on the outcome of that process.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Biss, members of the council, Clerk Mendoza, and Manager Gandersky. Thank you so much for having me, and also want to send a thank you to all of the city staff and others who participated in these many, many conversations. I believe in total we had north of 25 hours of conversations around leveraging the ARPA funds and how many of our community members felt that those funds would be best leveraged in community. I did send an email to the council earlier today, sort of summarizing things, just so you all have these notes. But I just wanted to kind of highlight a couple of things that we heard during these processes to just sort of to give a summary of community input. I know the report is pretty long and there's a lot of detail there. So a couple of key themes that we heard during the conversation were first that community wanted a lot of transparency and a lot of conversation. I know that council has entered into many conversations and had those, so that is happening. But a lot of transparency to determine the allocation of funds. And I think the community members really felt like this was an opportunity for some cross-sector creative approaches to community challenges. So one of the sort of themes that people talked about was thinking about ways that we could partner across budget lines and have public-private, civic sector and nonprofits all coming together to build collaborative solutions, rather than, some things that will certainly have to be RFP processes for sure, but rather than thinking about it as exclusively RFP processes, thinking about ways that groups of community could come together. And some of the highlights that we heard in terms of the criteria that the community wanted to see were the centering of community voice, promoting equity, and really having community involved in some of the selection processes. And as folks have talked about on the council today, thinking about the budget, really demonstrating project sustainability, and just making sure, again, that this is really about a positive impact on employment, the city's economy, and making sure that the funds are used strategically in a way that's going to really be sustainable over time. A couple of the points that came out in terms of top program needs that community expressed were, first of all, and some of these have come up already, but the top four areas that really stood out as foundational were housing, childcare, investment in Black and Latinx communities, and mental health and trauma. So those came up really across all of the different conversation areas that we had. Some of those have come up in conversation today. And those were the needs that really, regardless of the groups that we brought together and roundtables, were things that people really felt were foundational to try to leverage these funds. And we did have conversations not just with nonprofits and community members, but also with small business leaders and things like that. And all of this really came to the forefront, regardless of those conversations and who we were having those conversations with. So we just feel like those are really important things that are great to express. And certainly, again, just want to highlight that the community, as certainly is always the theme in Evanston, we have a really involved community and an engaged community, and they want to find real ways to be engaged in this process as well. If it's about working through existing boards and commissions, finding new ways to bring those meetings to people and bring the information to those in those meetings to people. We found great success with doing some of these meetings in Spanish to make those more accessible. So if those sort of traditional boards and committees are going to be the way where a lot of this information is hashed out, I think, well, they're certainly open. Thinking about new ways to make them accessible to community members will be very important. And if there are other mechanisms to bring community voice into the process and have folks really be, engaged in a deeper level, the community is certainly open to that. And, I want to offer, in partnership with the Community Foundation, we are certainly ready and willing to continue to partner with the City of Evanston to help bring community voice together throughout this process. Really the highlights I wanted to bring to this meeting, and I'm happy to, throughout this conversation here, just to stay on if folks have any questions about the report, things that we've heard from community, or any other elements of the conversation that we've had. So thank you.
Thank you. I want to begin by asking if anyone has any direct questions for Mr. Anderson.
Saul, quick question. Can you just
give,
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I put my mic. You said the top three things that you heard. You said them real fast, and I just want to hear it again. And maybe just give like a 10-second soundbite summary of each of those categories that you just mentioned. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. So the first was housing, not a new topic, but just to address affordable housing, homelessness, affordable rentals, and supportive housing was a really fundamental thing that people talked about. Also, childcare. So thinking about, as families think about how to return to work and finding jobs in a post-pandemic era, really thinking about how their children are cared for during that time is really important to helping the sort of community continue to thrive economically. And there was also a discussion about investment in Black and Latinx communities. So every roundtable group talked about diversity, equity, and inclusion as being a core value to Evanston. And certainly we saw during the pandemic how Black and brown communities were hit the hardest. And so people wanted to see intentional reinvestment in those communities to bring, not only to sort of support those communities, but start the work of equity and bringing communities, sort of more strength and power through some of these rebuilding opportunities. And then the final one, which has come up during this conversation as well, not the final one, but the fourth big topic was mental health and trauma. Particularly for young people was a big thing, but certainly across the community, we all know many people are dealing with stress and anxiety and experience trauma during, the circumstances we've been living in. And there are a lot of services. We also, there are services available certainly for mental health, although as, many people mentioned, they're not always as accessible, but there's a particular gap within that issue area for young people. Children who needed mental health supports, an issue altogether, but another gap for children as well.
Yep. So one follow-up question, all were the issues that are on all of our radars. Approximately how many people, again, participated in your roundtables?
Yeah, across the roundtables and the town halls, we had over 500 residents, and then we also had residents and folks who work for community organizations, many of whom are residents as well, to be sure. And then we had another 65 to 70 ETHS student surveys that are a part of this feedback as well.
Thank you.
Yes, no problem.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Anderson? Seeing none, I just want to thank you again for the time and attention and care and, frankly, the push that the Community Foundation has provided. I had the pleasure of sitting in on all those roundtables and learned a lot, and also really appreciated the discussion. I think the report that you've sent is a really helpful start, and I'm mindful of the point that you're bringing us tonight, that implicit in all this is a commitment to continue engaging the community in the process of establishing clear priorities, and a clear plan pursuant to which we can then make these decisions. And I personally want to make sure that we're keeping that promise, that when we spend dollars, we're doing it because we have clarity about what our priorities are, we understand how we arrived at those priorities, and we understand how potential expenditures align with those priorities. I see this really, really, frankly, inspiring list of proposals on our agenda for later this evening. I mean, frankly, I'm going to say it, I think those are all things that I personally support, but I want to make sure that we're doing them as a part of a plan that we've established in partnership with the community that leaves complete transparency, again, about what our priorities are and why. And I hope that that's a value system that we can maintain, because I think it'll both give us a better product and also significantly enhance community trust during the course of this process. So I just want to thank you again for the role that you personally and the foundation have played in moving us in that direction.
Absolutely. And if I may, just one last second, want to, again, reiterate that the foundation is here to partner, and also say if members of the council have other questions or want to have deeper conversations, our team is certainly available for those as well. Me in particular, I'm ready, willing, and able to have those conversations about how we can partner together to do that, to engage in that process.
Thank you very much. Is there any other discussion about SB 2A? Just let's begin with Councilmember Revelle.
Well, I too would like to echo the mayor's thanks to the Community Foundation for this, really leadership role you played in bringing so many members of the community together to talk about these issues with us. And it's not just the sheer number of residents, but these were a lot of voices that we don't normally hear from here at City Council. So I think that makes it an extra special, valuable input. I want to just, so I'm looking at the page of cross-sector themes, and Saul mentioned numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. Number 5 is something we've not talked about at all, and yet it's one of the issues that's specifically mentioned in ARPA guidelines, and that's the whole idea of broadband and the digital divide. And so I guess I'm asking whether staff, and I don't know if we have any of the right staff here, to maybe our interim city manager can answer the question. Has staff done any conversation about what we might do for expanding, addressing the digital divide, expanding broadband? And not only, I know we heard a lot about the digital divide issues in terms of school children being able to do their schoolwork, but I'm hearing from senior citizens who really feel the need for, greater support in terms of access to broadband.
Yes, I'm going to call on Sarah Flax. It's been a discussion we've had quite a bit, she and I.
Okay.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and city clerk. And the thing that we're dealing with this broadband infrastructure is not really what our issue here is in Evanston. Our issue is getting people to be able to pay for broadband that is available. The infrastructure part of broadband is very clearly defined. It tells you exactly how many megabytes, and you have to have it upload speeds and download speeds if you are creating a network. And we have network providers in our community that really reach all parts of our community. It's the question of whether people have the ability to pay. That isn't considered broadband access. That goes under services in ARPA's funding. So it's the broadband infrastructure is for places that literally do not have broadband service at all, rural areas, and some parts of some large cities where there aren't broadband providers that have invested in it because there's no money there for them. So we're really not where we would be putting money if we put it against giving people access would be in a service category, and it would have to fall under to addressing, and it could, their health or their economic well-being, because those broadband contributes to those things, or digital access contributes to those things so much. But does that make clear what they're talking about as infrastructure,
Right,
which is
yeah.
really not what we have as a problem here?
Right, no, I thank you for that clarification. But in some places there, there's free Wi-Fi. I mean, just, like Wi-Fi at Fountain Square or.
Right. That would be service provision, and we can do
Right.
that. But it's, so that's,
Right.
access to, digital access is
Right.
maybe what we should be calling it instead of broadband infrastructure.
So is the service aspect would be an ARPA-related funding?
It could be.
Could be.
But what that is then is figuring out how to provide access. I mean, literally, when they talk about broadband infrastructure, they're talking about even saying wiring the last mile to people's houses and businesses. So when we're doing Wi-Fi and things like that, that certainly gives people access, but that would fall under a service provision category.
And I'm just, thinking about people who, they are looking for, wanting to be able to have the access in their home without having to go sit outside the store that does have the access. Yeah.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, so just speaking on the memo that's in this packet here for the item, we'll get to this one later, but I guess I still just want, for the record, have some frustrations with the allocation of $7 million for economic development and $7 million for economic development and $4 million for social services. And I know there was a conversation before about, not under you, Ms. Kandersky, but about social service funding. And I know we did some early human services, but being available at other places and our staff being able to help our nonprofits access that funding. But, really all of the public comment we've had tonight has been from our social service community. And we've talked about, having this transparent, open process, but, we still haven't allocated more money to that. And maybe that's just me beating a dead horse, but I want to be clear about my concerns there, as well as that which I made the motion for the $700,000 for guaranteed income. I am not sure whose decision that was to put under social services versus putting that under like equitable and inclusive recovery. But I would also propose that was not the right place to take that allocation from. So this document is a bit more helpful as we continue to talk about how we can spend the ARPA funding. I guess I would love for us as a council, and not tonight, but I don't know when we can do it, to kind of prioritize what we think is important. I mean, we all talk about mental health, and I know we gave an update in the last committee about the living room situation, and so those kind of things will be coming back to us. But I think $1 million here, $1 million there doesn't seem like very much, but as I'm trying to explain to my residents who have needs who we have not yet addressed, it's getting a little bit difficult because we as a council haven't kind of prioritized what the needs are. So the Community Foundation has done a great job, but I think we have to take some ownership here and give staff some direction, give the community some direction in terms of what the priorities are. Because tonight, if people are paying attention and watching this agenda, they see proposals for health response, which probably everybody would say is the most important part of the ARPA funding, being the lowest thing, the lowest dollar amount on the agenda tonight, and obviously well, I guess it's the second lowest, or maybe the third lowest. But understanding this is not all of the ARPA funding, but also there's nowhere on here that people can kind of understand what the eligible expenses are, and then how we as a council have prioritized how to spend those things, right? Because there are going to be a lot of requests, and given that we have some business costs up for action tonight, I can just imagine all the other businesses that are lining up and are going to ask for money as well, which I'm not here to say, what's a valid ask and what's not, but just that I would hope that we're going to balance some of the economic development ask with some social service ask or some social service provisions. And I know Kelly's working on that some offline, but just I would love for us to have kind of a more cohesive plan as a council that we can communicate to the citizens and to the staff so that they're not bringing things up. I mean, they might bring things up one at a time, but we kind of know the priority of things and our goals for funding things, which we have not gotten to, in my opinion.
Thank you. And sorry, I'm talking too much tonight. I just want to say, I think Councilmember Fleming put far more clearly what I was trying to say in my comments. I think the reason that residents might not know what our priorities are is because we haven't decided. We haven't decided and kept it a secret. I think we still haven't completed that process, and it's an important process. Councilmember Kelly, followed by Burns.
So yeah, just to reiterate, the need to clarify our priorities. And I know, some other cities like Chicago have a whole ARPA recovery plan where they identify that. It would be great if we could develop an ARPA recovery plan too, so that residents could look at it and see how we decided to allocate funds. I also, though, I think we have until the end of 24, right, for the expenditure of these. So I think so keeping that in mind, we don't have to blow through it all right now. And I also said this $43 million, which is distorting our budget, which is great, but also we did really well in the pension market with our investment, and basically came out $11 million ahead, which is also going to distort things in terms of, we're not putting that right back into our pensions. So I think we have to keep that $11 million also. That's not going to happen again probably in the years to come. So that's another reason why it's so essential that we get that projection for 3 years. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
I think in some ways something that I requested, which is projects to come forward, might have confused things. All I wanted projects to come forward. It really is to help us better understand what our priorities are. I think we need to understand our priorities. Hopefully tonight we can decide by what process is this body going to determine its priorities. I think that is really important. Is it going to be childcare? Is it going to be jobs? Like, what are we doing here? And because I don't, it's just we're a little bit into this, and I still don't have a firm idea of how we're thinking about this. And because of it, I think priorities, figuring out how we're going to make that determination. I think hazard pay is something that we might be able to move on if we're looking for things to move on quickly. We have a couple requests here for planning. Like, we should do planning first before we allocate the funds. So if we can take a vote on what planning we're willing to proceed with, that would be a good start. And then I've said this before, PB, participatory budgeting, that is something that we're going to have total hands off of. And so it would be great to get that going. And I think even through that community process, it's community input, it's feedback in really a better way, instead of just, organizing meetings and having the, community members, the same community members, in many cases, tell us things that we've already heard before, like give them $2.5 million to actually determine how those funds are allocated. And I think we'll get a lot more information back of what the community wants us to prioritize up here, doing PB, a participatory budgeting process, compared to more and more community meetings. So I think hopefully today, again, we can decide as a council, how are we going to determine what our priorities are as a council, Do we want to get hazard pay moving? Do we want to get PB moving? Can we at least vote on which plans today that we want to move forward? We have the business district market study implementation plan and some other things that staff is requesting from us. But I think just knowing if there's anything that we can start off with today, that's an easy decision for us to make. I think we should focus on those things.
Councilmember Reed.
I will echo that. I also want to have a check-in on, have we yet created, I haven't seen it, the web page, the dedicated web page that goes over all of the ARPA expenditures?
I believe the page has been created. I don't know if it's been updated as of recent. It has. Kate's shaking. No, Kate's saying no. It has not been updated yet. Okay. And can I just get a check? At the conclusion of this evening, assuming this council were to adopt everything that is on the agenda tonight, what would the total ARPA spend be this year? I'd have to calculate that, or Kate can calculate that. Or Sarah, do you have the figures? No. Hitesh is looking at it. I think for what it's worth, if I can, do you mind? I think for our purposes, if you're looking at the memo that Sarah so eloquently drafted under Section A, really outlines what, and this is kind of part and parcel to her last memo, outlines what was ARPA given to us for in the first place. What was the reason? It's recovery. It's providing for critical health care. I think if we're looking at this agenda tonight, if this helps you at all, I think it's really critical to provide funding for the health response to continue the contact tracing. And in my mind, from a management perspective, it's really critical that we have someone at the helm that's looking at the compliance issues of all of this, because we can vote on, or the council can vote and decide to spend the funds as it wishes, but if it's not in compliance with ARPA, or if it's something that might be covered under another area of funding, we need someone at the helm to really look at that to ensure that we're maximizing what the funds are used for. So I just wanted to point that out.
Councilmember Reed, did you want to go on, or do you want to wait for an answer on the previous question?
Yeah, I'll wait for an answer on the previous question, and then at that time I'll have a few more questions after that answer, but other folks can chime in at this point.
Okay, so we'll come back to you later. Next is Councilmember Newsmith, followed by Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will reiterate my previous concern about CARP implementation, climate action, environmental justice kind of getting lost in the wash here. So I personally would feel better if we had another a specific line for those topics. If ultimately that is not the case, we'll just have to make sure we keep an eye on it and make sure we're funding those activities in one of these other buckets here. But I do think a deliverable that I would like to leave tonight with is ideally finalizing our allocations amongst these now 11 buckets as we're looking at page 2 and 3 of our memo here. That's what I've been looking for all along. Let's put a pin in that portion of the conversation and move on. So I would, at least speaking for myself, be open to some discussions on that high level of, do we want to move some money from one of these 11 buckets to another one. I am relatively comfortable with how they are now, with the exception of, I wish there was a 12th bucket for climate action. And I'm not comfortable approving any additional expenses until we have that exercise completed. Certainly no external expenses. If it's revenue loss funding that we're going to use for internal City of Evanston purposes, maybe we can approve that tonight. But the economic development, and we'll talk about this separately when we get to this budget item, I don't feel comfortable taking economic development projects on a first-come, first-served basis. I would like to see what the whole menu of options looks like before we decide how we're going to spend that money. Having said that, I really like the AUX, and we'll have that conversation, but I don't, despite my support of the AUX, would not feel comfortable approving anything out of economic development tonight because we don't know what else might come before us.
Next is Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have 2 points that I think that in my opinion, we should move on tonight. First, I'm going to jump ahead to SP2 subsection B, which is the ARPA approval of $575,000 in funding to sustain the public health response to COVID-19 in 2022. As we all know, this isn't over, and I do want to make sure that we continue to fund our health department. I think I never knew what contact tracing was until COVID, and then lo and behold, our health department had contact tracing all along. They had it in place for other things. So, and I think most people in Evanston feel very strongly that our health department was second to none during this COVID process. So I would like to approve that tonight. And then if I may, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to, and I'm happy to make a motion with respect to that, but I also want to talk.
I'd recommend that we just hold on a little bit on motions because there's some.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I do think that's something that needs to be approved. We don't want to have any interruption in the work of our health department, and that is something that the ARPA money is definitely that we received ARPA money to apply it to. The second issue that I want to talk about is SP2 subsection C. This is approval of $900,000 in funding for grant management, compliance, and reporting. We touched on this at the last meeting, and the staff has written us a helpful memo, I think, in explaining how they've arrived at this. And I think one of the most important parts of it is actually the final paragraph. $43 million is a lot of money for any entity, any city to manage. All of our staff is very busy managing all of the money that they currently have. So in the past, when the city has received an extraordinary amount of money, for instance, the NSP2 fund, which it was the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, in which the city received $20 million to stabilize 100 houses that were in danger of foreclosure, and the city did an extraordinary job on that. And as you'll see in this memo, in the final page of it, which is page 274 in our packet, that allowed 10% of the grant to manage the grant, which is $1.8 million. That staff person, which Councilmember Braithwaite and I were both remembering, Jolene Saul, was critical to the operation of that. And as we see in every year, our CDBG entitlement grant program allows a certain percentage of that for grant management and compliance, because the federal government recognizes we're giving you this money, but you need to be able to administer it properly. So this is a standard thing that we do. And $43 million, we need to make sure we report on it. I'm sure that there are endless numbers of things that the federal government is asking us to do. And so I think we need to start the process of hiring either, I don't know what the size of the group would be, but a grant management, compliance, and reporting entity to do this, so that we are keeping track of every dollar and making sure it's being spent correctly. So on those 2 points, I know others might disagree and balk at that number of $900,000, but this is $43 million. And that's less than we spent on the NSP2 money, which was half the amount that we've just received in ARPA. And Mr. Mayor, I'll let you tell us exactly what that means. But to me, it's less. So I do want to talk. I do think we should move forward with the 575 for the public health response, and I do think we all need to recognize that $900,000, every single dollar of it is well spent. When we know, and we have done this all the time. I mean, so that may seem like a large number. We just received a very large amount of money from the federal government. That's all.
Thank you. And just for reference, your time is up. Mr. Desai, did you have a reply to Councilmember Reed's question?
Good evening, mayors, members of the City Council. So we have been awarded $43.1 million. We have received half of that amount. The City Council has already approved $5.5 million in ARPA funding in 4 different items. Let's see, let me bring it up there. $3 million for waterfront projects, $950,000 for parking projects, $700,000 for guaranteed income project, and $850,000 for equipment replacement fund for the current year, 2021. Now, what you see in the memo is towards the bottom, total committed $7.19 million, which includes the 3 items which are proposed right now under discussion. One of them is the $1 million for the Ox project, $440,000 for Orrington and Chicago Avenue streetscape, and the other $250,000 for outdoor dining. So if you add those amount of $1,690,000 to the $5.5 million, which has already been approved by the City Council, the amount comes to $7,190,000.
But just to be clear, that list you just gave didn't include everything on today's agenda.
Right, it does not. Yeah, it includes the 3 items. If you go to the page 20 of the agenda, there is a $1 million item under section 4, economic development, and it says EDC approved 10/27/21.
Right.
And so 3 items right there. Yeah. Then the next is the Oxford. That's $1 million. Arlington is $440. City Council consideration 11-1, which is tonight, and then the outdoor dining $250.
Right, and so what that leaves off are the items SP 2B and C, the public health for 575 and the grant management compliance and reporting for 900. And if you add those in as well, I think you get up to 8.665 million. Does that?
Correct. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
So thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Oh, no. Thank you, our mathematician mayor. And so my point there is with that full dollar amount, that $8.9 million, that represents roughly, again, the math folks better than I, 45% of this year's the money that we've received thus far. 43%, somewhere around there. And, that's quite a bit of money to have allocated before we've even, as Councilmember Nusma and others mentioned today, we've even fully locked in all of our our 11 or 12, or however many buckets that we have. So I just want to, put a, caution on that. And I really would love to see that ARPA tracking page get fully operational fairly soon. That was a commitment that we, I'm almost sure we adopted in a formal manner early on. Or certainly there's a, strong seeming consensus of the council that that's something that we wanted. So I'd love to see that operational. And I'd love to see where else, who else is hiring, our other municipalities of our size hiring, consultants at this or compliance officers, I'm sorry, the correct term, at this rate. Is that being done in other municipalities? And if not, who is? what levels they're doing that and what dollar amounts did they receive in ARPA? In fact, do we know that offhand? Head Tesh or others, are there other municipalities such as Oak Park, Skokie, Winnetka?
Good evening. Yes, as far as the 900,000 numbers look big. I talked to a couple of CPA firms, and obviously they said the fees could range from 2.5% to 3.5% to even 4% if you have more subrecipients, because subrecipients are subject to the same restriction as recipient, And so obviously when we calculated that fee, it turned out to be more than 1 million. Councilmember Reed, to your question, I got a call from my peer at Oak Park and say, okay, what are you doing? Because I think he talked to one of the CPA firm and he said, this is too much of a fees because they got kind of same amount as Evanston. And we told him finally that, yeah, we might go the internal staffing route, which might be a lot more cost effective than going to the outside CPA firm.
Thank you.
So I think no one else is seeking recognition. I've heard a lot of different things, so I want to sort of enumerate some options. Obviously, we've got a bunch of items on our agenda. We could simply entertain motions on them one at a time and see if they rise or fall. I will say I heard a lot of support in principle for some of the items on the agenda, but some discomfort voting yet for some of them. And Councilmember Nguyen enumerated a few, specifically items SP 2B and C, that she felt we ought to vote on now and that the others we ought to wait. And I don't know if that's a shared view, but so one option is just to vote on everything because here they are on the agenda. We can make motions and vote. One option is to pick a few and then leave the rest for later. And one option is to vote on nothing. And then in parallel to that, Councilmember Burns talked about establishing if I understood him properly, a quick process for us to reach agreement on the basic priorities and principles. Not working that out tonight, but establishing a process that'll take weeks and not months to get to that work product. So we're then in a position perhaps to start voting for things like this. And then Councilmember Newsma talked about tonight wanting to reach agreement on the 11 buckets. So that's a lot of different things we could do. So I want to call in order on Councilmember Braithwaite, followed by Ravel, to weigh in on this question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was my anticipation coming into this meeting that it would be a late night and that we would have an opportunity to discuss each item. And because it sounds like we are changing up the format, I do want to make sure that we speak to item D that is on the agenda. And my reason for that is because we have 3 members of the organization that's with us tonight. I also would argue that this proposal has gone through our current process, meaning that the group has been engaged with our public since starting sometime in 2019. It has gone through our community, our economic development workflow, starting with a discussion, and then it was voted out of economic development. So at the very least, I do want to carve out some time for that conversation out of respect for the people that are here this evening, as well as the support that they've received in the community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. Councilmember Ravel.
Well, I agree with Councilmember Nguyen about the 2 issues that I feel prepared to vote on tonight, the COVID response funding and the compliance with our ARPA guidelines. Those are really 2 very important things. And but then I also agree with Councilmember Newsma about I feel more comfortable making additional decisions once I really know how big each bucket's going to be and what are in economic development, for example, what other big ticket items are going to be proposed for that bucket, and is that bucket too big or not big enough? I'd like a little more understanding about the social services bucket. Is that adequate or not? we haven't talked about the inclusive and equitable recovery bucket at all. So I'd feel much more comfortable if we had a clearer idea of. I'm very happy to talk this evening about the AUX proposal, and you know, we can get a general sense from the council about how people feel, but I'd rather put off the actual voting on each of those things until we have a better sense of the overall bucket picture.
Thank you. With no one else seeking to speak, I think the next thing we should do is I think we should at least go through the agenda and see if people want to propose motions then, since I think there's an interest in covering at least the first several items. You know, the folks who are here on behalf of the AUX have been here for a long time, and it's 10:15 at night. Let's skip items B and C and move directly to item D. We appreciate your patience, and I know 10:15 is a lot worse than, 7:15, but hopefully it's at least a little better than 10:45. So I'm certainly happy to entertain a motion. I think.
Mr. Mayor,
yep,
sure,
go ahead.
I'll just jump right in. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I'd like to move item D, which is approval of the $1 million in ARPA funding for the AUX. That is for action or discussion.
Is there a second? Sorry, is that for action, you said?
It's for we're discussing it.
Okay. So Councilmember Braithwaite moves item SP2D. Is there a second? Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion?
Sure, I'll just jump in.
I'll start with Councilmember Braithwaite, who will be followed by Councilmember Fleming.
Would you like to go first, Alderman Fleming? Sure. So I just want to start and say thank you. I'm glad for the opportunity. Thank you all for being here. I'm excited to discuss this because what it does, it challenges our city council to think about things differently. And I'm a firm believer in those that say they can, and those who say they can't, cannot. And so I think for the last year, I've watched this group present around town your concept, and it was nice that within the last year or so that we found a funding source that challenged us to think about things differently. If you Google the Washington Post Corporation or the Washington Post, corporations within the last year of this pandemic and coming off of George Floyd came together and pledged $50 billion to support our black community. So there was definitely a change in mindset. Out of that $50 billion that was pledged, please feel free to look it up as I'm going through it, $21 billion $2.1 of that billion was set aside for economic development and equality. And so here we have a group in front of us that has gone through that economic development process with a very unique concept that we've never seen before, and that is move away from the traditional banks that have created the barriers, that have stalled our progress in black businesses, and switch to a different model that involved a lot of fundraising and philanthropy on the front end and required public funding as they had spelled out in the packet. $1 million coming from the taxpayers of Evanston, and another $1 million that comes from the Cook County board with using tax credits to offset the overall cost. So how will it be successful? With their continued fundraising effort. Let me start by saying with a change of mindset, with an effort to leverage the $1 million of county tax credits, if I'm saying that correctly, an investment of public dollars of $1 million. And so here we are after going through the process, them socializing this in our community, developing support from the Rotary, developing support from the mayor's task force on businesses, passing through economic development with questions. And there's nothing wrong with questions. I've had to field questions, leading into this evening, and so have you. And I think it's important that those questions are answered. But what I'm hoping tonight is to get a gauge of whether we have or whether we're willing to change our mindsets to look at these opportunities that but for ARPA that would not happen, and look at these people in the eyes as well as the public that supports the organization and get your questions answered, put them out, so when it does come back that we're actually voting on this, that we're being really direct in how we feel and where we are as a council with support for this concept that funds black businesses. In real high level, it's 20 businesses that are, or excuse me, 10 businesses that are anchored in as tenants. I also have heard, and that could be wrong, 20 other businesses that will have access to the property and be able to share in the resources and operate out of there. I'm really excited that Sunshine is part of that, because we do rely on them, and there are a number of businesses that have come out of Sunshine averaging, I think, maybe 10 to 12 in their cohorts, and in some situations convincing people not to pursue being an entrepreneur. And then there are other situations where we have people that are in brick and mortar as a result of those efforts. I want to thank Saul Anderson for his comment and work, because what he has laid out in front of us is that he went out and it's a sample of our community, not everyone, but 500 people that we would not normally engage in. Out of the top 4 issues, supporting black and brown businesses, which I think is critical, especially as we move out. So I don't think I need to argue that what we all have talked about over the many years of the lack of access for our community, how we end up at the bottom of the list, that's not what this conversation is about. But really, it's an opportunity to get behind what we've talked about and provide support. And if your dollar amount isn't $1 million, then say it to the group. Without a doubt, I can say, yes, that's a great number, because there were some people who didn't think that we could get to $10 million for reparations. And if there was ever a time for us to take a stand and have this conversation, now is the time. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Next is Councilmember Fleming, followed by Nusma.
Thank you. So I will start off by saying I cannot vote on this because I'm related to one of the owners, and so I would be happy to vote on this, but given this teeny tiny town, I'm sure tomorrow someone would out me, and it's not worth the ethics board if we even have one. But what I will say, regardless of my relationship, is why I would support this. Some of the things Alderman Braithwaite said regarding why African American businesses take so long to get started is lack of capital. Lack of capital is based on a whole bunch of other things that have to do with skin color and not will and intellect and so on and so forth. So I do think this is a chance for us to kind of put our money where our mouth is in a city in which we proclaim to be doing reparations and other things. This is a very tangible effort. I know that there have been some questions and about the ownership and whether it's white ownership or black ownership. I will let folks speak for themselves if they have those questions, because I think there was some answers that were given to us as a council, but I will just say historically, African American people haven't had access to capital. And so a lot of times when businesses are started, they are with loans or they are fronted by white people who have capital. So that's how my mother started her first business. Thankfully she was able to do that, but I think we should not hold that against folks who are trying to start a business based on the capital they have available to them. But anyway, like I said, I will not belabor the point because I unfortunately can't vote, but I do think it's a worthwhile effort. Just to piggyback on my other comment, however, I do think as a council, we have to give some very clear direction. I think as Nusma said, concerned about things that just kind of come to us based on, either staff preference or who's the loudest person in the room, and that is definitely not a good way to make decisions, particularly around this one-time funding source that we have. I still remain concerned that we have not done enough in the mental health space and the homeless space, so hopefully those things are coming. But I would say I would not hold that against this applicant because they did go to the system that we told them was the one to do. Now, whether that was right or not on our part, I would question, but they have done what we told them to do. So I would either suggest that, folks are willing to vote for this tonight, or if we hold that and we come up with some other process, we'd have them go through. But just recognizing that it's very confusing if we're saying one thing here and then telling folks to do something else in the community. We shouldn't hold that against them for participating the way they thought they were supposed to.
Point of information. My understanding is that the applicant tonight, relating to, the quote-unquote Ox project, actually isn't the Ox, as the Ox isn't quite yet a legal entity. It's the growing season, which the ownership is not, related. The ownership, I do not believe, has any relation to the members. So I just want to flag that.
Okay, so that's a fair point. However, trying to be ethical, I mean, it's, my cousin has a clear interest in this getting $1 million and benefit to the longevity of the company of which she is a partner. So I think it would be unethical for me to say I'm going to vote for it because technically it is something else. Whereas, I mean, the folks are in the room right now, so it is not worth my integrity to take a vote on it.
Next is Councilmember Nusma, followed by Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Picking up on a question that Councilmember Fleming alluded to regarding black ownership in the Ox. As I understand it, the Ox is essentially a building, a gathering place where black businesses will be rented space. So we're not talking about the business tenants, but we're talking about the Ox building itself. And I'm excited about this opportunity to support the business tenants. And to Councilmember Braithwaite's point, kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity to do something, transformative to support black-owned businesses. I do have some questions about what the eventual ownership of the Ox LLC or whatever that entity will legally be known as. What can we do to ensure majority black ownership of that entity and not just provide a willing landlord, but let's have it be a majority black landlord. With those concerns expressed, I'm fully supportive of the concept at whatever dollar amount the council decides. But as I said before, I'm not comfortable making that vote tonight. I don't think we should be allocating money, certainly from the economic development bucket, until we have the complete the picture in front of us, and we're able to evaluate this proposal, which I like and support, in the context of other proposals as well. This shouldn't be just a first come, first serve. And that's not to be dismissive of the Ox folks, because they have followed the procedure that we have asked them to follow. I would like to ask everyone else who's interested in that in economic development funding to follow that same procedure. We'll end up with a number of proposals in front of us. We'll see how much money we have, how much money is asked for, then we can make the decisions. So I'm not sure if it's in order at this point or what the temperature of the council would be, but to make a move to hold this to a date certain, if that would be the appropriate action.
There's a little mixed metaphor. It's tabling to a date certain.
Table to a date certain. I won't make that motion yet. I'll allow my colleagues to weigh in, but that's where my mind goes, at least.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Wynn.
So I concur with everything that Jonathan just said. I was going to say essentially very similarly that I think great opportunity, exciting, innovative, but I also would like to see it either, well, I'm not sure if it'd be held until we have that opportunity to sort out our expenses, our expenditures, and our projections better. If we hold, we don't have to have a date certain, right? It would just be when.
If I have this right, a hold is until the next meeting.
Okay, then table, I guess, to a date certain. But we don't have one where what I intended to do before on a previous one, where you hold until we've, figured out our buckets.
That's a table.
Great timing. Mr. Cummings just returned. Is there a motion that one could make which is effectively an indefinite
indefinitely,
tabling,
sort of.
essentially, tabling until we feel ready to come back, as opposed to a date certain named in the motion?
The answer is no. It had to be tabled, under city council rules, it had to be tabled to a date certain. Under Robert's rules, it could be tabled indefinitely, but under city council rules, it has to be tabled to a date certain. And because it was brought to this special city council meeting as a special order of business, it cannot be held.
So, the table. Okay.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a very exciting proposal, and I agree with Councilmember Braithwaite. This is a different way of looking at this than we have done before. And certainly there are just innumerable barriers to Black businesses. Any new business has a struggle, but particularly Black businesses, as we know, have additional hurdles they have to overcome. We received some additional information from the AUKS proponents just in the last day or so, and so I have to say I need more time to review this so I fully understand it. But like the other members of the council, I think this is a really exciting opportunity, but I do want to understand it better before I vote on it. I think $1 million is a large chunk of our ARPA money, and I want to make sure that this, as Councilmember Newsma is saying, that we understand what are the choices we're making by supporting this, and in this amount. So I would support holding this to a date certain so that all of the members of the council can more thoroughly understand it, because this is unlike anything that we have had before. And I want to make sure that I fully understand. Thank you.
Thank you. So no one who has not yet spoken is requesting to speak. Councilmember Braithwaite, you used your full 5 minutes in your opening, but obviously this is, my tradition has been, if it's an initiative that is a passion project in the councilmember's ward, of course I let them go over their remarks, but I wanted you to be aware of that for sort of situational reasons.
I'll be brief. I just want to thank everyone that provided the feedback, because I think this is important. So we're saying, if I'm tracking, that we are in general support. However, I'm also hearing that there are questions. And so I started this at the beginning of the meeting, that it's important, because they're here, that we are clear with what our questions are so the goalpost doesn't move again. And I want to thank Councilmember Nguyen, Newsma. I think also Revelle spoke to this, as well as Fleming. So if you have questions, here they are. We've all received bits and pieces of the information based on the questions that you threw out. But let's just be open with whatever your concerns are, so that when we do set the date, that we come prepared to vote on this, and we'll move on. So the one question that has come up is the ownership, that package, that agreement. What does that look like? I'm going to interpret from past conversations, at what point does it change over to the businesses? I think the response that I've heard is when they're sustainable, that's when there would be a transfer. But I think to have some type of agreement that's pretty clear set forward is what's loud and clear. Are there any other questions or concerns that should be presented to this group, so when they come back, that people feel that they have the information, along with comparison is also what I heard. They want to be able to compare to other opportunities that are shelf-ready. Any other questions for this group before we set a date? Is all I'm asking for the members, from our members of council.
And I would imagine, Councilmember Nguyen made the point that we just got some information recently. I would imagine that, the folks at the AUKS have been, at least with me, really generous with their time, willing to be in touch. I would imagine if folks have questions that occur to them during the course of that study, that the folks at the AUKS would be open to having those discussions. Councilmember Nguyen, followed by Fleming.
So I do have one additional request of information. I may have more as this goes on. I'd like to have more information about and it may be that there are links provided here, the similar entities in Milwaukee and DC and Baltimore. And perhaps, so if I could get more information about those, that would be very helpful to me.
Thank you. Councilmember Fleming?
I want to get clarity before I ask a question. So are we, can't vote, but is the vote tonight, or I heard that we could not hold it or we can hold it?
So we can't hold it. One option is to table it to a date certain.
Okay. So
There's another option I want to flag for folks, because what I really, really don't want to do is table it for a date certain and come back and then be not ready then. I think that's pretty profoundly disrespectful, frankly, if we wind up doing that after all of this. So another option would be refer it back to Economic Development Committee, just to have a place for it, to make sure that when it comes back here, we're actually ready, we have clarity, the votes are lined up, and we don't put people through this kind of process multiple times.
So can I ask you which one?
Can I finish my question?
Yes.
Well, it's a comment, I guess I would just say. So not to invalidate people's questions, but I think if we can just reflect on what we're saying, it's kind of maybe two different things. So we're saying we love the idea, we want to support black businesses, we understand historically why black businesses don't have capital, so on and so forth, but then we're questioning why a white entity at this point has come forward to put forward the money for black businesses to get started, and how they're going to actually be owners, right? And so not that it's an invalid question, but I will say for my 5 years of being here, though we haven't had ARPA funding, there's lots of businesses we've given money to that have gone under, right? I mean, I can think we've given money to several businesses, one on Howard Street that, there's, I think it's my turn, Devon.
Yeah, can you let Councilmember Fleming
So
finish, please?
I just want to point out in my opinion, what are some maybe inconsistencies. Again, not that we should not do our due diligence to make sure businesses are sustainable and all those different kind of things. But, I think that the reason that they're making the ask is that they don't have the capital, and the reason that this other entity has invested in them is to get them to the point to be business owners full and outright. And I think if you think about this as several different businesses versus one business, the ask is still large, granted, but again, I have been here when we have given money to businesses hoping they would do great, and they have not done great. And it's part of the risk that we take when we invest in community business.
Thanks. Councilmember Braithwaite, followed by Reed, followed by Burns.
Point of order, if remember, and I've only raised this point of order out of caution for Councilmember Fleming. If the council member is recusing themselves, then it's a full recusal, not just from the vote. The council member isn't supposed to engage in the debate either. And so I just wanted to flag that for Councilmember Fleming, since she raised the concern herself and has chosen to take that route, just to make sure we're doing it correctly as to avoid any impropriety.
Councilmember Braithwaite, followed by Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to members of City Council, I will make a referral. My suggestion is that we not hold to a date certain, but that we refer it to a committee. So I'll wait until everyone has had an opportunity to speak, and then with the understanding and nods from City Council, I'd like to refer this back to, if we have a choice between AP&W and economic development, is that the consensus? Okay. All right.
Okay. Councilmember Burns?
I just wanted to say, just the mere fact that this is a group of business owners who are going to be committed not only to the success of their own businesses, but each other's businesses is extremely powerful, no matter the race, background, et cetera. That model in and of itself, I think, is extremely powerful, and to me indicates that this will be successful. So I just wanted to put that out there. That is an excellent model, and everybody that I know that even has individual businesses that is in some business community fares more better. In particular, I've met many business owners who are in a business group who were able to get PPP loans during, COVID successfully because they were able to work with, their peers in these organized, structured groups to make sure that they understood how to apply, where to apply, who to work with, et cetera. So I'm looking forward to seeing this project happen.
Thank you. And with that, Councilmember Braithwaite moves to refer item SP2D to the Economic Development Committee. Is there a second? Second. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fleming.
I recuse.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
On a vote of 8 voting in favor, none voting against, and 1 abstaining, the motion passes, and this item will return to the Economic Development Committee, and I think we all have a great degree of optimism that it will be back here and meet with support here at a later date. Thank you for your patience, and thanks for everything you're doing for the city. Moving back to the regular order, this brings us to item SP2B. Would someone like to make a motion on item SP2B?
I move SP2B, ARPA approval of $575,000 in funding to sustain public health response for action.
Second.
Councilmember Fleming moves item SP2B. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Councilmember Kelly.
I guess I'd just like to know, of course, we want to have funds available for contact tracing or however that, I just looked at the Skokie budget and it looks like they've just incorporated into existing staff. Is there any kind of comparison? So just to get an idea as to how this, a $575,000 allotment just for that compares to surrounding cities?
Good day, members of the City Council. Ike Ogbo, Director, Health and Human Services Department. Contact tracing is not just performed by temporary staff that we hired during the pandemic. We have been involved as well, the permanent staff in the Health and Human Services Department. We have incorporated staff to respond, even initially before we even hired temporary staff to aid in this effort. I've done contact tracing. I continue to do it as well. Our permanent staff continue to do it as well. And you made a reference to Skokie Health Department. They do have a number of contact tracers, and they've also used their staff. At the beginning of the pandemic, many health departments who didn't have the grants to support contact tracing and other public health activities and functions had to use the staff that they had in their departments to respond to COVID-19. So the temporary staff that we hired has just aided and helped in our response to COVID-19. So it's pretty much all hands are on deck affair. Everyone is involved here. Our social workers have been very paramount in our response. Our public health practitioners that we have in the department, even though there are few of us, have been instrumental in our response. So it's a collective effort.
Thank you. Yes, I understand that. I guess my question is, on average, cities have one for every 10,000. I just was looking for that's, the best we can do sort of to let, residents know we're on par with what other, you said most communities have on average, one per 10,000. That's what I was looking for.
So we pretty much base it on trends. We, at the height of the pandemic, responded to about 10 cases per day. Which can be very overwhelming for staff. The way that we have followed our protocol is assigning one contact tracer to 3 cases. And those 3 cases can actually result in one contact tracer contacting about 10 to 15 people, just based on those 3 cases. So keep in mind, the one case might have been the close contacts might have been exposed to just one case, and we probably have about 7 to 10 individuals. So that's the way that we did the math. 1 contact tracer to 3 cases, which, as I mentioned, might expand to 5 to 15 close contacts.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Kelly asked one of my questions. I have another question about the grants received. We received several grants, one for $817 thousand for contract tracing, and then another grant for vaccination for $290,000. Were we eligible for those grants because our health department is certified?
Certainly.
And we would not otherwise have been eligible for those grants if we were not certified?
You're correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Suffredin.
Yeah, what's the urgency? We need to vote yes on this tonight. It could wait a meeting or two.
The 2 current grants that support staff expires in December of this month. So it will help calm the nerves of our temporary staff if I can relay a message that it has been approved in council tonight. I've been asked a number of questions about their future with the health department, and it took me a while to assemble the professionals that we have, and I don't want to lose any of them. So if it's something that we can approve expeditiously, that will certainly help me and my staff.
Right. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
My apologies. I just want a point of information. There's been no substitute motion. We're voting on the original motion to approve this, correct?
I'm sorry, Councilman Miller, I couldn't hear your question.
I just want a point of information to understand that we're voting on the original motion to approve the funding tonight, correct? There hasn't been a substitute motion?
Correct. Yeah, this is the motion that was made by Councilmember Fleming is for item SP2B as it appears on the agenda and in the packet with no substitute or amendment.
Thank you.
And just one thing, due to our certification as a health department, we receive a number of grants. The latest development from IDBH is that there is a grant that will be coming. I don't know when we'll be approved for that. My guess would be early next year that we'll be getting a grant. So when we do get that grant, any of the money that we've spent or allocated through my request will be reimbursed to the city's purse.
Councilmember Kelly?
I mean, could we just until next week, just to get those numbers, to understand what the average is per capita for contact tracing? I know we need it, but I have nothing to base this quantity on. I mean, would that be?
Is that a question for?
Yeah, I'm just
Mr.
asking if we could
Alba?
hold this and just come back next week. I mean, it won't put things off in terms of, the dates that you just gave us in response to Tom's question. And then just to give us on average what communities are hiring in terms of FTEs per capita.
Well, it's a question that I can ask the number of certified health departments, but keep in mind, as far as I know, Skoke, I don't know how many contact tracers that they have. A number of communities that I know, for example, Stickney, they probably have more contact tracers than we have here. And keep in mind, when we started contact tracing and the people whom we hired, we had 10. We've now reduced them to 7, just based on trends, based on matrix. And we also reduce the amount of hours depending on our positivity rate. So if you do not have any cases for a specific period of time, we reduce their hours because that's what they do. That's their job. They do contact tracing. And if they don't have any work to do, it is something that we monitor and we reduce their hours. And when we start to get an influx of cases, we increase their hours. So.
Councilmember Nguyen, followed by Fleming.
I would like us, I think we should move forward on this. And I do think that we do have some differences in our community from others surrounding us. And one of them is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Director Ogbo, but we have more congregate facilities than Skokie does by quite a large number, and from most of our surrounding communities. And so that is one of the areas where we had the highest incidence of COVID, and where we did our health department was doing the most work and continues to do the most work. So listening to Director Ogbo in terms of having formed this staff and how important it is to maintain the staff, I think we should move forward with this tonight. I think that, as Director Ogbo says, if it's possible that we are fortunate and receive an additional grant, then this money will go back into our ARPA fund, but I don't think that we should risk having an interruption in our staff at this time.
And yes, you're absolutely right. In comparison to jurisdictions nearby, we have more beds in our congregate settings. And you're also right. At the height of the pandemic, our congregate settings suffered the most. That's where we had the most deaths. They rely on our expertise, on our instructions to ensure that infectious disease control methods and measures are applied at their various congregate homes. And we have the professionals who have been doing this for over a year. And I would like to continue to retain them because they rely on us to give them the guidance and the protocols needed. And not only that, we serve as the liaisons between IDPH and the congregate homes. And if you count the number of congregate homes we have in Evanston, we have 33 congregate homes, which is exceedingly more than our nearby communities. So.
Councilmember Fleming.
For me, I'm ready to vote on this. I mean, I think COVID is the one reason that we have any ARPA funds. Not to say we need to just, spend willy-nilly, but, definitely some other things on the agenda tonight I'm happy to just vote no to, but, I mean, this is something that we need to do. Hopefully we don't have an increase in COVID anymore, so we don't need as many contact tracers. But I would just say, when we had the COVID outbreak, I think for me, that's when I realized that our health department had really been decimated and we barely had a health department. And so I was very kind to come out to the food pantry several times, but also was like constantly trying to find contact tracers. And I think we were using like the outreach staff to do some contact tracing and volunteers, which were fine. But I mean, we need to have a functioning health department. Again, hopefully we don't go back to where we were with needing contact tracers. And in terms of other communities, I mean, I think it's fine to have that as a benchmark, but I don't think other communities had quite decimated their health department as we had. And so we are really trying to rebuild. My other concern is, it is an employee market right now. So I don't know what the skill set are of these folks, but I would hate to have them think that we're not going to retain them and lose them and they go work somewhere else. It is very hard to find staff right now. So I would much rather kind of put this money to the side, and if he gets grants, great. And if he doesn't, we can retain staff, and I'm confident that I can find something else to do with the staff if they're not contact tracing. But I'm very concerned about not putting money into our health department, understanding when we went into the pandemic, we were barely a health department.
No one else is seeking recognition, so would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
Aye.
Councilmember Wynn?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, item SP2B passes. And I just want to make sure for our minutes, the motion was made by Councilmember Fleming. I'm not sure that we tracked who seconded the motion. Councilmember Wynn seconded the motion. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
That brings us to item SP2C. Would someone care to make a motion on item SP2C?
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve $900,000 in funding for grant management, compliance, and reporting.
Councilmember Nguyen moves item SP2C. Councilmember Revelle seconds. Is there any discussion? We begin with Councilmember Burns.
Not to put you on the spot, Sarah, but you and I had a really good conversation about this, and if the city manager feels it's appropriate, she just explained the need better than I've heard anybody else explain it. So, Sarah, I don't know if you if you care to.
Thank you. There are a really quite remarkable number of things that we're expected to do, which we don't have to normally do for our own internal purposes. When we do our own contracts, we don't have to make sure that we comply with Part 2, 200 of the, Omni Circular, as it's called, which is all of the procurement requirements, all of the reporting requirements, all of that sort of requirement stuff that has to be done. So it's the compliance for just the day-to-day. Every time you get a payment that you're making, we don't just give people money. We actually have to get what they're paying for or what they want us to pay for, and we have to go through and make sure that everything is actual, eligible, and allocable if it's an allocated thing. So, it is not an easy process. It hopefully won't be quite as complicated as NSP2. In NSP2, whenever we were approving a draw, we usually had about 500 pages of backup that we had to go through, and we had to make sure that things were allocated correctly across the houses that were for sale if we were doing advertising and stuff like that. So hopefully we won't have any problems like that. But it's very, very detailed. We will have to monitor every subrecipient that we give money to, whether if it's a nonprofit who's doing some kind of service. And there is a relatively small thing. It's only about 50 or 60 pages that is the first reporting information. And it refers you to things like the annual update to CFR 200, which we have to look at, which I started looking at. And I'm like, I don't even see how it's relevant because it came out in 2020 before ARPA was even out. But you have to look for everything that, in theory, you're supposed to make this grant compliant with. Every time you have a contractor, you have to check them in SAM.gov. You have to have DUNS numbers. But more important than just the compliance, the people who will be doing this will also be helping with programming and things like that. So when we get to things like, are we going to do housing rehab to try to make our low-income housing CARP sustainable along the CARP and also create better health outcomes, we're going to have to figure out how that'll be implemented, and it'll be getting contractors, it'll be putting together a whole program, which is going to have some similarities to the NSP program. Now, one of the things that when Hitesh was talking about what outside organizations, the people who are hiring CPA companies to do their compliance and reporting are not having to manage their programs. So, that's even another thing. So we actually think we can do this more efficiently when we do it in-house because we have different capacities. Realistically, we have a team. We have one of the most probably experienced teams in terms of federal grant management of any community our size in the entire state. Oak Park lost their long-term CDBG person, and I get constant emails. Hey, what's this? What am I supposed to be doing? It isn't easy to manage these federal grants, and it's critical that it be done because we get monitored on these things. We are going to have to send in for every expense of $50,000 or more. There's a detailed thing that has to be sent in. We have to create outcome measures for programs and monitor them, just as we're doing with our CDBG programs. It is not, federal money comes with a lot of strings. And if you make mistakes on it, in fact, one of the things that I monitor a lot of what's going on with the current other programs, like the rental assistance programs. And they said, make it easier for people to apply. And you know what? A number of organizations won't do that because back in the mortgage foreclosure crisis, there were programs to help people with mortgages. And some areas were monitored on it, and they were told, oh, you did it wrong, give the money back. It's really not a fun thing. So far, we have not had to give money back on any of our programs that we've gotten. We didn't have to on NSP. We didn't have to on HPRP that we were also doing during that last recovery. We haven't been monitored on CDBGC and ESGCV, but all of these things require a great deal of detailed work. It's not the most fun thing we do. We do it, we have to do it to make sure that we don't get ourselves into trouble, and also accomplish the goals of our community. And I think that, you're not going to find somebody who's going to come in and put together a housing rehab program. You're not going to find people who are going to, do a lot of these other things that I think are necessary for us to be able to have a successful recovery from this. And it is constant. There are quarterly reports, there are annual reports, and they're all different. During the recovery, ARA, all of these things are very similar. NSP was an ARA-funded thing. We had to report on 3 different things every quarter. And they're not that hard, but you have to do them. And it's just something that has to be kept up with it. And
Sarah, I'm going to jump in here. I appreciate the thorough analysis, but I'm falling asleep.
Okay.
It's been up for a very long time. If we can, not that you're putting me to sleep, it's just almost 11.
No, I just think tactically speaking, you're probably past the point of diminishing returns.
Yeah.
But that was
There you
very
go.
helpful. Do you have a follow-up question, Councilmember? The next 2 speakers are Councilmembers Suffredin and then Nusma.
Hey, Sarah, sorry, you walked away. The first question is similar to the question that I asked Director Ogbo. Is there a reason why this has to be approved tonight, or could this happen in December?
Well, then we don't have anybody to start doing the stuff right now. We've already allocated money to purchase vehicles. We don't even know if our process is compliant. We have to look at that. We have to do a lot of different things, and we have to hire one person. What we're saying is hire a full-time person. About half of my time will be allocated to this is part of the theory, and then we'll have some other people who have part-time, and we will work with it. But hiring takes time, and we're not going to be able to really start working on this stuff effectively without staff.
Okay, and then how did we arrive at the salary numbers?
It's based on a position that is similar to the positions that report to me right now. Jessica Wingader and Marion Johnson, who are doing grant management and compliance and doing program development, as they've been doing that during, Marion developed the some of the small business programs that we funded with CDBG-CV and that sort of thing. Part of my salary is put in there, and then part of Teresa Borgia, who is our financial analyst for our federal grants.
Okay.
We have to set up a system to separate all financial transactions with all federal grants. One person, you can't have any one person approving all things and releasing funds.
Okay.
That's a no-no.
Thank you.
Should I follow up on your question? Councilmember Suffredin, can you just,
So Councilmember Nusma is going to be next. Do you want to let Councilmember Braithwaite skip ahead? Councilmember Braithwaite.
Direct follow-up. Thank you, Councilman. So I was trying to figure out also how you got to $900,000, and I'm looking in. So is that $900,000 for one person over a period of time? It's just a little unclear to me.
No, it's divided out over 3 years. So it's the staffing costs over 3 years, and then it's some other things. We do actually have a little bit of a slush fund. We might do something like want to have slush fund being we might need to have something like a license or two for our Zoom grants application, if we're doing, getting applications for social services or something like that. That's I think it's about 2,300 or something like that. But, there are going to be some costs like that are going to come up that I think we need to be able to not have to come running back and ask about every question, if we can do that in terms of.
So basically, thank you, Councilmember. So it's 2 people for the 2 years. Is that the way we should interpret it?
It is a full-time, a half-time, and about 25% of those.
So 1.75 full-time equivalent.
And do you mind just while you're at it, just so the 0.5 is you. The 1 is someone who
Is a
would
new person.
be sort of parallel in the org chart to Jessica, essentially? Is that?
Yep.
Okay.
In that
And then
range.
who's the 0.25?
The 0.25 is the financial analyst. Currently, Teresa Borgia does a lot of the financial stuff for all of our federal grants. That doesn't necessarily take a ton of time, but you have to have separation of people looking at approving funding, draws and all that stuff. And she's really good at it.
Sarah, I have some more questions for you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First quick question is, can we bill Oak Park for the services you appear to be rendering them?
No, because sometimes we do the same thing to other places.
Okay.
We all do this all the time.
All right,
We
fair
just do
enough.
that.
So 1.75, FTE, $900,000 seems like a lot. And so I guess my fundamental question is it that much work?
Yes.
If yes is the answer, I will
It
have to
is.
trust you.
It is a lot of work.
Okay. And then the next question is, what happens to these people, to the new hire after 2024?
Well, when we hired for NSP, we said the position was expected to be about 3 years. And so it wasn't something that we said we absolutely will have a position forever. Now, we don't necessarily want to do it as a true contract, because one of the things that happens is frequently not everything is quite over in the number of years. And so you have to have, and again, we're doing some estimates on staff costs, and until people are hired, there won't be any.
So the understanding would be, when hiring this person, they will be here until, as long as the job exists, which will not be indefinitely.
Right.
Got it.
Right.
That makes sense. And then the job description or the proposal description includes participatory budgeting. So it's anticipated that these folks we're talking about would set up and manage the participatory budgeting
Well, they would
process.
help with it. I mean, I think there's been discussion of having outside people who are experts at that do that, but there's got to be somebody who connects with them and figures out how to release funds.
They
and
might
all
not
that
do
kind of
all
work.
the work themselves.
No, it wouldn't be
but
all of it, but they'll
Okay.
be working
somebody on
on
staff
a lot
has
of
to
those things.
shepherd that
So
process.
basically, every time we fund something with CDBG or home or any of those things, there is somebody who has to follow up on every single project, every single program, every single request for funds, all of those things. So it's pretty
Right, so I get that.
constant.
It's a lot of work to manage the bureaucracy. But for the participatory budgeting process, which is a self-imposed, mechanism for allocating, let's say, $2.5 million worth of ARPA funding, we're on our own to make up that process and administer that process. And so these people would be fully capable of doing that, or would still need some outside assistance?
My understanding, and I could be wrong on this, is that there was an
I
intention
could jump
to
in.
bring
So
some-
the idea would be, because none of us and city staff are participatory budgeting experts, that's a real specialty. We would look to get some outside help with that. But what Sarah's saying is
Once the applicants are in, we still have to manage them.
Correct.
Got it. But it's the process itself. How are we going to budget participatorily? That's where we're saying outside help.
Right.
Okay, got it. No further questions from me.
Seeing no one else seeking recognition.
I'd like to jump in.
All right, so we're going to go with Councilmember Fleming, followed by Reed, followed by Kelly.
Okay, so I do think we need a person. I think I want to bring up two things that made me super nervous. So Sarah mentioned, we already have allocated for these cars, but we're not sure our cars fall under, So maybe that's not what you said. That's what I heard. It's late. Okay. So then my other question had to be with the one, the half, and the quarter. So if you are half of this, funding proposal, does that mean, so are you receiving additional funding in your salary to do this work? Because this budget is for one person for half of.
Half of my time would be this, half of my time would be the other housing
stuff
and
you're already
grants
doing.
duties, which is what happened during NSP.
Okay, so then, because you seem to be busy a lot, and I know your salary, I think now is split between a few different funding sources, is that correct? All right, so half of your salary into the next 3 years under this budget would be to do this work. And so the other pieces of your salary are going, salary and work are going elsewhere or are non-existent, or how are we doing that? Because I'm assuming you don't have time and capacity to pick up a part-time job.
That's true, but if there is, if additional staff are hired, which it would need to be, they would be paid out of our federal grants. They would not come out of because right now we have CDBG, CDBG-CV, home ARP, all of these things have funding sources. So Jessica and
No, but I get that. So let me just make the math make sense in my head. We have one full person. They're getting paid whatever they're getting paid under this contract. We have a quarter person. So that's the young lady you spoke about. So a quarter of her job is going to be this. And that quarter of a job is not only allocated in here for time, but it's also allocated in here for dollars. Right. So a quarter of her salary and a quarter of her time is now being paid for out of this, if we approve this grant management fund. Half of your time and half of your salary is also now going to be through this source here that we're voting on tonight. Is that correct? Okay. So what I'm asking for is your current job as you're paid today, half of that portfolio of work and half of that salary is disappearing or going to someone else?
it'll go to somebody else in some capacity. Yeah.
Okay, so I understand that, but also I can talk to Kelly about this. I guess I'm not, because you seem to do a lot of things now, and unless we hire another person who's going to do half of the things you're doing now, I don't know where that half of work goes, but I'm paying for you to do half of another job. So I guess I'm not trying to set us into a situation where at some point or another we're having the discussion about how your department is stretched super, super thin because now we have the ARPA funding that you have to do compliance for, and this half of your portfolio is now floating out in the Ethernet with nobody to pick up the pieces for it. So I'm just trying to understand, which I don't need to do tonight. We can talk about it tomorrow, but I'm trying to understand where half of your workload is going. If we're not hiring another part-time person, assuming the work that you're doing now still needs to be done, who is doing that?
If this much of me is allocated to ARPA, then yes, we will need additional personnel to work on the existing grants.
And the other half of you that's going away. And so what is our plan for that half of that work? Do we have, is that going to be another budget request that we have for another person?
No, we can, I talked to Director Nyden, and she can convert another position that's in the budget, or there will be budgeting for that other position.
So the person to do half of Sarah's current job is going to be in community development?
Yes.
Which is already in the proposed.
It's already built in.
It's already built into the budget, or it's already built into a person we have?
It's already built into the budget. And Sarah, I think there's some confusion on how you arrived at the 279.
I'm sorry, how I...
There's confusion at how you arrived at $279,000 for 2022. So salaries and benefits, you have it at $260,000 plus expenses.
Well, that was just based on the position estimate, my position, and then also the other people's positions for the portion of time and their benefits added together. And then all the other things in there are...
Yeah, I think we get the expenses. I think the council's confused to how you arrived at the salary estimate.
Well, based on what salaries are for those positions. I mean, it's just the salary and benefits from our payroll folks.
So can I suggest, because it's, again, 11 and we're have a lot of questions, does it make sense to hold this one just to the next meeting? Since it seems like people have questions that we maybe can't sort out
Well,
at this.
it's a special order of business, so it can't be held.
Table it to the
I'm
next
sure
meeting?
it could be tabled until the next meeting.
I don't like to speak for other people. It just seems like we have some questions still, and we're maybe not going to get the answer with Sarah on the spot at 11:15.
I don't understand how the salary question is, because it's half of my salary and benefits, and then it's a salary, a position, I think it's an A33 or something like that, or the equivalent of that, which is one of our positions that is similar to the positions that are in my department already, or my division. And
So I didn't have the questions. When Kelly said people had questions, I assumed she was talking about somebody else. I asked my
Okay.
question.
So,
Councilmember Reed was next, followed by Kelly.
Oh, geez. A number of the questions I had, Councilmember Fleming got into. Yeah, and so I guess at this point, I'm going to just agree with Councilmember Fleming that I think this is something that needs to be held. I have questions, this very similar questions about where the money that is currently budgeted for, to half of Sarah's work and other folks within the division, how that's going to be allocated. Yes, I'm wondering if, I'm supportive of either tabling this or suspending the rules and holding it to the next meeting in order to give time for that information to be gathered and presented to the council.
Are you making a motion, Councilmember?
Oh, okay, yes. I knew there were other folks that wanted to speak, but yeah, I'll make a motion to, I guess if we were to table this, what is the date that, are we just tabling it to the next meeting, or are we tabling it 2 meetings from now? How much time do you think folks would need to
I
get?
think tabling to the next
information
meeting.
for-
I would
seems like there's
respectfully
nothing
suggest that if the preference of the council is to table it, I think we can get questions in writing to Ms. Flax quickly. There's a meeting a week from today. I would suggest table it for a week, table it for only a week.
Okay, I will table this item until, November 22nd. I'm sorry, that's not a week from now. November 15th.
I think you mean November 8th?
And that's also not a week from now either. Yeah, I'm just thinking of meetings. Yes, November 8th.
So
Do we have a regular meeting that day?
We do have a regular meeting that day.
Second.
Councilmember Reed moves to table item SP2C until November 8th. Councilmember Fleming seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion to table, or we maybe aren't allowed to do that? I always mess that up. Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to table this for 1 week?
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite. Councilmember Nguyen.
It's not necessary, but aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Ravel.
no.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
On a vote of 8 voting in favor, 8 who varied somewhat in enthusiasm, and 1 voting against, the motion carries. This item will be on the agenda on Monday, November 8th. I would ask those who have questions to get them in writing to Ms. Flax early this week. We had a long discussion, and I don't think it should be hard to put the questions that you all have in writing. Is anyone intending to make a motion on item SP2E or item SP2F in light of the discussion we had on the AUX? Councilmember Newsma?
I would suggest that we follow the same procedure with E and F as we did on D, and send those back to Economic Development Committee so we can be presented with one package for a comprehensive discussion at a later date.
Councilmember Nusma moves to refer items SP2E and F to the Economic Development Committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Burns seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fleming? Aye. Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite? Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. Items SP2E and F are both referred to the Economic Development Committee. We're at the end of the agenda. There was a lot of discussion items raised. I would suggest that we're not in a position to really do serious deliberative work at this hour. I want to make 2 proposals. First of all, I want to propose that with any input from all of you that you're interested in giving, the city manager and I are going to communicate and present to the council in writing a plan for how to put in place the plan that there's clearly a lot of demand for. So that's we'll have that conversation, tomorrow, get that email out to the council within 36 hours, and then solicit feedback and make sure that we're all on the same page about how to get to the plan that we need. I would suggest, rather than sort of entering into a kind of 11:30 p.m. half-baked fight about the buckets, I think that we should pause at this moment and allow the bucket decision to be incorporated into that process that we'll present to you. Is there any objection to that? All right, seeing none, you can expect to hear from me again within 36 hours, hopefully less. And that brings us to call of the wards, beginning with Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Kelly.
No report.
Councilmember Braithwaite.
No report.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I want to thank everyone who came out to the Third Ward meeting, in-person Third Ward meeting last Thursday night. We had an excellent discussion about a wide variety of issues. And if anyone wants to come and talk to me in person, one-on-one, I will be holding my office hours from 7:30 to 10 a.m. this coming Thursday at Brothers K. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Fourth Ward meeting tomorrow night, 7 o'clock at Robert Crown. We'll be joined by Mayor Biss and Director Igbo to talk about Albany Care issues, Gray Park issues, and also I believe Hitesh Desai will join us to talk about the budget. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Please join me and Parking Division Manager Michael Rivera for a meeting on Wednesday, November 17th at 7 p.m., Double Clutch Brewery, 2121 Ashland Avenue, to identify new strategies and opportunities to improve neighborhood parking for residents and businesses in the Hill Arts District. The discussion will focus on establishing parking rules to create turnover so that there is equitable access to parking. Meeting agenda options for short-term parking management at 2100 to 2200 Ashland Street, parking on 1500 to 1600 Payne Street, usage options for city lease parking lot at 2200 Ashland Street Avenue, exploring a residential parking district at 2100 to 2200 Dewey Street, and generally discussing load zones, residential parking districts, metered parking, and parking for commercial vehicles. Again, that's November 17th, 7 p.m., Double Clutch Brewery. Thank you.
Councilmember Ravel.
I'd just like to note the passing of Marianne Capo, who was a very active and engaged civic community member, very involved in a number of local organizations, both as a board member and as a fundraiser. She was particularly passionate in her support of the Evanston Public Library, and she was, most importantly, I think, a founding board member of the Evanston Community Foundation and served as the board chair of the foundation. And, she really made a wonderful, important contribution to our community.
Councilmember Reed.
Just want to say thank you to the residents that came out to our ward meeting last week. We will be having a November ward meeting that will be announced shortly, exactly which day that will be. Normally, our ward meetings will take place on the last Thursday of every month, except for November and December. Certainly also looking for any residents who happen to watch these meetings all the way until the end, looking to try to do something, come together as a community, as an 8th Ward community for the holidays, particularly in December. So if folks have ideas about a way that we can build community in the 8th Ward, please feel free to reach out. And I'll probably be reaching out to Alderman Fleming about that as well, since you've successfully done that. So that ends my report.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm holding a First Ward budget discussion this Thursday, virtual meeting, and Budget Director Kate Lewis-Lakin will be with us. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, seeing no further business to come before us, the November 1st meeting of the Evanston City Council stands adjourned on still, but barely, November 1st.